Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores livestream, day 123. So today, more so yesterday, of course, we did unfortunately end up getting sick, probably from staying up every last second to grind before the combat merge, but we are better now. We did do a little bit of a mini stream last night, however I still want to go over the changelogs from yesterday again, as we did do it in like the middle of nowhere, almost at midnight. So I did just want to briefly go over them again. Long story short, they improved pass action to be a lot better. It basically works until you either log out or until you level up. Unfortunately, that still doesn't level up. I'm pretty sure they'll fix that in the future. Beyond that, bug fixes. They tried to fix Chronopolis. However, for most level ranges, this is not a fix. This basically fixes it. They undid the nerf if you are super low level range. Like if you had 50 all combat or less under the previous format, and then do literally only detective for the rest of time until you have 500, then you'll pretty much have the same rate that you had previously. However, for everyone else, yeah, crime dens are still like anywhere from 2 times to 8 times worse, even with them undoing this 10% reduction. So I assume they'll make some kind of change in the future, otherwise they're still completely dead contents as far as raid dens are concerned. They change active monsters who are below level 800 to unlock 20 levels ahead instead of 10 levels ahead, so that you can go quite a bit further because of course up to 800 it moves a lot quicker, so this allows you to have more flexibility in what you can end up killing at any given time. And beyond that, yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything else is pretty much just bug fixes for various quests and other stuff, mostly lost and found, since they changed it quite a bit with the changes that ended up happening with it, since now we have the Infusionist. But anyways, today's goal going to be a lot of woodcutting, a lot of gather, mostly gatherer. We have finally reached the golden land of level 208 Leeks. Hey, and a stonemason level, nice. Can we do anything with this? Yeah, I guess we technically can. Should I go make that real quick? Why not? Imagine we actually get a thingy from it. Let's see. What is this? Basalt? I think this is basalt. We're gonna make this real quick just for the sake of it since we're already here. But yeah, main goal for today is gather. Lots and lots of gather. I kind of want to gather all the way to 208 woodcutting. Not sure if I'll finish that on stream, but it's definitely the goal for today, if nothing else, is to go get that done off of gather there. Alright, let's go do this. I've actually been waiting to use this basalt in the future for when we have this item. I guess technically we could also do this. What is this? What material is this? Stone mace. I want to double check. Is this the pine pole that I have banked right now? Or is this a different material? Hickory. Okay, we have access to hickory soon. I see why I didn't do this one. Interesting. This is an angle because I definitely will have like a lot of hickory poles compared to very limited supply of these. So this might actually be the route to go, actually. You don't use this 3 material and offsetting it with hickory. Okay, that's doable. That's doable. It's worth considering. But for now, let's go for the first time bonus. Since we're already here, why as well. I don't have a boost potion, but it's fine. Do it at max level. I'll do it at current level with the way that... Oh, we can't. Gosh. I keep forgetting that. Tier 5, the way that all of the level frames have changed since the update, you can't really, yeah, you can't really downgrade them that much, can you? Oh, no. Well, at that point, yeah, we're pretty much making it like the lowest you can. Well, I guess that makes sense because we literally just unlocked it, so it makes sense that this would be the full range that we could do. Oh, well, let's make one. Watch, it's going to be a 3-star and I can't use it. Though if it is a 3-star, I can technically use it. I could just do a bunch of different numbers for everything else and then fuse it into what we need. So I guess technically if this is one, we can use it. I'm only going to make one, though. I just want the first time bonus real quick while we're here. Might as well. Actually, what am I missing for first time bonus? Anything? Nope, we got all of them. So might as well reclaim all of them real quick while we're here. And then we'll go back to the actual grind. We also will be poking at Chef here and there. I'm not going to bother setting up a timer to do it like perfectly. However, yeah, we will be stopping in on Chef, just kind of getting some contracts done here and there just to, you know, get a little bit of value. But yeah, they completely butchered how much money you make from this kind of stuff. This is only 11.8, which if we would have made something similar before, I think that was close to like 12 or 13. Really unfortunate how much you make from production because the level range doesn't really matter. So at the lowest level range is not as bad like where we are right now. But if we were making that exact same material at like like 100 levels higher, like, you know, if we were making it almost max level or something, instead of before where it scaled its value quite a bit, now it doesn't scale like barely at all. Like maybe like half of a silver or something, like absurdly small amount. Anyways, all right, we'll leave all that there. Let's go head over to some Chef and then we'll go do the actual activity we want to go do for most of today, which is somewhat similar to what we were doing last night when we were doing a little bit of gather woodcutting. Main reason I want to get this done, there's a couple. One is we're going to need all these leeks for Chef anyways, not just to train Chef, but also for contracts. But beyond that, the next things we unlock are really, really useful for multi-skilling or for our weapons that we're going to be needing. These 280 bone spikes end up lasting us all the way until Stonewall Hill ends up releasing. And beyond that, these other two are used for the alchemy potion after our next alchemy potion. Right now we're in the fear category, but next we're going to be in the cryopots, which the red clover and thistle are used for. Anyways, I'm going to go grab a bunch of junk and see what we have for contracts. So we're at 12 gold right now. I'm not sure what I'm next investing that into. I'm considering sickle. We never did get the sickle upgraded. We're currently at 25 and 10, so I kind of want to get that 10 sickle to a 25, which is probably our next investment for money. Hey, Taro's here. All right, what do we have here? What do we have? Oh, century oysters. Oh, a lot of good ones here. Hey, what can I get rid of? Or does that fill out everything? Nice, that fills out everything. Okay, well, I guess we're doing a cooking run real quick. Can we do all that in one go? I think I have a south wall, so I have to do a weird double run. Can all of this work in one inventory, or do I just bring everything I need for my south run? I might just bring the south run then. What do we need for that? Lance at south wall. Okay, let me just double check. Oyster. We're gonna be doing this a little bit weirder, but that's fine. So basically everything on that one path we gotta go do. So let me just grab everything we need for that. Grab 3 of you, grab 3 of you, grab our wondrous leeks. Oh wow, we almost have 1,000 of them already. It does not feel like I've gathered that much, but I guess they go kind of quick. They are pretty close to a bank, so that would make sense. Alright, we'll get the Thieves' Den in here too, might as well. So you get to a nice 7. What else do we need? Just so we don't have to do it on the next run. Cohen? I probably should. Oh, but you know what? Maybe I should save the Thief for the other one then, because we're probably going to over-encumber here. Well, let me go combine everything first while I'm thinking of what we need. So Sneaky Brian, check. Hairdresser, check. 4-4, check. Yeah, Cohen's the annoying one. And there's no way we walk all the way from Cohen to the other thing. Okay, I guess we do the Bass on the other run then. That's fine. I'll just drop these to the ground. And we'll instead place all of the Cohen items we need, which is a nice 666. Let's see. Grab 6 of you. Grab 6 of you. Luckily, the autofill is that exact number, so kind of convenient. Though I'm running really low on those. I need to go do a couple runs. We are almost out of lobster material. We're not going to need it for too much longer, though I have way too many lobsters. But worst comes to worst, we can sell them later, I guess. Alright, let me go combine all this. Go get our chef going. As, yeah, we do need to start poking at some. We're at the point where we have absolutely everything banked, so there's no excuse now. The main excuse before was, oh, we don't have Wondrous Leek. But now we have Wondrous Leek. It's like, okay, well, I guess I gotta train it now. We kind of have to go do all of our contracts now. There's literally nothing stopping us. The only thing we can't get for our current contracts are the oysters, but I already have enough banked for like a week, so it doesn't really matter. I do eventually want to get it, but we don't need it right now. It'd just be nice to have, because we're going to be getting 1 billion of them anyways from the activity. It's something that, honestly, when trading comes out, will probably be really cheap. Because that's like the first venture that you start doing for Fisher. Wherever it is. Where are ventures now? Right over here. It's the first post-200 venture. So this oysters are going to be worth like 0. Like if their sell value to a shop is 1.8, honestly, they're probably going to be worth like 2 or 3. It's one of the few that's actually going to be really low just because of how many of them are going to be generated. As I believe it's the closest fish in the entire game to a bank. Yes, it's a venture. But it is technically the closest fish in the whole game to a bank. The only exception maybe being bass, I think might be closer. It's hard to tell because you have to account for water time. But that might be the only fish closer to a bank. A flounder doesn't count because it can't be banked. Alright, is that everything? I feel like I'm still missing an item. Got it. Oh yeah, the oyster. 4. Do I need any for century? I do, but I'm just gonna make the ones I need now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that everything then? That should be everything. We'll pick up everything from the ground except for the bass. Maybe pick them back up just to go and reset them. But I feel like I'm forgetting a really crucial item though. Let's see. Check. 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 Yeah, now we do everything on the century run. I'll probably have to double pot it, but that's fine. Alright, we're good to go. Grab all this, drop all that. Take all that. Oh yeah, I need to cook these though. I did the same thing last time. I forgot to cook them. Should probably go cook them. Luckily I didn't bring them all the way there, but I started leaving the door and they weren't cooked. I do the first step and it's like, yep, good to go. I put everything in the pie. No need to cook. Now, let's go turn in these 3. So we are doing Cohen. Oh yeah, we can one-click the Cohen now. I always keep forgetting that. Ever since they added the circle update. It's one of the nice things from the circle update. There's a few things that got better, a few things that got worse. But one thing that got substantially better is this Cohen one. Is you can one-click here all the way from the kitchen, which is really nice. Yep, someone going for their 8% potions, I say. In the full bronze cape. Which is what, level 500 I believe it is? 500 combat. I believe is that cape right there. Oh yeah, I forgot, I don't have a potion right now. Oh no, I'll grab it for the next run. I need to grab a double 5% when we come through the next time. So what is this? Hairdresser plus South Wall. South Wall's kind of annoying. I've been trying not to take North Wall and South Wall when possible. But, oh no, I see the XP drop and it's like, I kind of want to go for it. Especially when it says like a pretty small number overall. Kind of worth it. I've mostly been trying to get like scrap merchants, Annie 2 gloves, like everything on that like route to the really high value southern area. Oh, where am I going? Hairdresser. Let's go in for new tap. That is not the right person. Give this to you. I forget what number it was. Let's take this one. Your Uber Eats delivery is here. Also, purple shield. That actually looks kind of cool now that I'm looking at it. I've seen too many people use some of the other colors for shields. Oh, we got a golden keep over here. Oh, another golden keep too. What level is that? 2 people with golden keep. That's around level 1,250, I believe? Somewhere around there. It's like slightly above 1,000, whatever it is. I forget all the level ranges for the new combat capes. It is slightly over 1,000. Wait, you're not hungry? Oh, it's Southfall. Oh gosh, I do this. I wouldn't say every time, but I definitely do this at least once a week when doing cooking contracts. Go to Northfall, wins Southfall, and go to Southfall, wins Northfall. Whoops. I was gonna say, please don't have a goblin up here. We should be fine. Barely. As long as he doesn't catch us on this ladder somehow. Good. I know they somehow hit me through the ladder before. I have no clue how, though. Like, when they were on, like, a different floor completely. Like, on the same floor, it makes sense, but a completely different floor. They've actually grabbed aggro from there before. At least on the other side. Not sure about this side. Anyways, what do we need? Let me go do these other 3. We'll bring a singular 5% pot and use it after we go turn in, I guess, little Annie then. We should be able to walk from Annie to there in time. I'm just not sure if I could go from Thief to the other area in time. I'll grab whatever last little bit we need here, put that over there. What else do we need? Grab all of our potions. We'll just need the 2... Actually, just one. Just one 5%. Don't need anything crazy here. And, of course, as per usual, we do need to keep banking supplies. I'm also going to need to go bank, just clear my whole inventory at some point and just bank a bunch of supplies later. Just so we can actually pre-buy, the ones that are more annoying to buy. That are not worth doing a weird number at a time. The main one being all the lobster supplies. We are almost at the point where we don't need lobster anymore, but not quite. We don't need lobster after, I think it's like level 230 something. So when can we finally stop doing it? Alright, let's see. What do we need? Only one? Grab one of you, grab one of you, grab, where'd the other one go? Grab one of you, grab a lobster. And then we just need the oyster thingy. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and that should be everything then. Wait, what am I forgetting? Oh, duh, they're both at the chopping block. Oh, I know what I was thinking. I was thinking grill. Because I need to grill the fish. I was wondering why I was going over there. But yeah, it was for grill. Oh wait, I don't need tele anywheres. If only we had a second teleport. I wonder if any of the 2 new quests are going to add one or not. It's still the only chapter with 1 teleport. Not sure where they would put it if they were to add one. If they want to keep cooking bounties the same balance that they are now. Otherwise, they might need a little overhauling. Who knows? Maybe that's finally when cooking gets buffed. Or at least the profit from doing ventures and everything. Or not ventures, but you know what I mean. The contracts, the bounties. I'm not sure if I can make it all the way from here, so we'll turn in this one and then pot up at the other places to make sure. 100% make sure we get it in. And of course, we'll grab our free forger XP on our way there. It's not a high priority right now, but we do still need to slowly work towards 209 forger. Even though we got our 208 gather stretch goal completed, we haven't finished the other one yet. Which still requires 3 more levels, but we'll get it at some point. If we do enough cooking contracts, by level like 300 chef, we should have 209 forger. Obviously, we'll do it a bit more directly than that. But hey, that would get it done. Oh yeah, they price hiked all the fish, by the way. There are a few, I believe, that weren't changed, like the passive fish. But a lot of the other fish went up. Like, for example, let's say the manta ray I can currently catch. This used to be like that price, like 7 point something, like a low 7 something. Now it's 9.3. Like, it went up a good, like, 1.5 silver, if not slightly more. So there isn't really any fish I need to be pre-buying at the moment when I go by here. I guess technically oyster, but the second we get 226 fisher, we're going to have way more than enough. And everything else we already have pre-banked, good to go. Oh, wait, I want to use the potion. Don't do that, don't do that. Oh yeah, by the way, the poll for today. Has the combat merge in Brighter Shores impacted how much you currently do combat? Of course, the answer is being you're now doing more combat, the same amount of combat, or less combat. I would say personally, in our case, aside from day 1 where we're just messing around with everything, I would say generally it's going to be less combat. As until the skill tree and special attacks, I'm probably barely touching it. Unless we're doing it with multi-skilling for some reason. But the next 2 enemies I need to kill, the current one and the next one doesn't have any multi-skilling. Or at least not multi-skilling I need anymore now that we have 2-8 Gatherer. The only way I could technically do it is if I downgrade down to Carnivorous Plant. That's something we might want to try, I guess. See how that works. We're way over leveled for killing it. However, it does add the benefit of getting Forager XP. But my plan was just to get the Forager XP while doing 226 Fisher at some point. Which, of course, we haven't even started that grind. It's actually our only skill at 200, I just now realize. Our only 200 skill is Fisher. Everything else has been raised slightly or a lot from there. Oh yeah, good thing I didn't try doing the Thief place. We only had, like, what, 20 seconds left? Definitely would not have made it from Thief area. Alright, now, let's go do the actual grind that we came here for today. I keep forgetting too, today's Saturday already. I keep thinking it's Friday because my yesterday just was completely deleted. Since I was sick most of the day. Yeah, today definitely does not feel like a Saturday. But the weekend's finally here. Let me go get rid of all this junk. Hey, Mausius is here too. Doing the exact same grind. Which I think we're doing like the exact same grind. Like we're almost exact same forger level, gather level, all that. $10K leak grind? Nice. Oh, actually, I forgot. I could just chat with you. But is that the exact amount that you need for chef? Or do you just want to get 10K? Like, did you calculate out how many you need to get to 217 cooking? Because I was only going to get about 5-ish K and probably knowledge the rest. But I never did the math on how much I need to go get to 217 chef. 10,766 leaks? Okay, wow, you actually did all the math already. Nice. Oh, from when you unlock Pi? Ah, okay, I see. So it's a bit less than that then. Alright, it should be fine then. To do about 6,000 or 7,000. When you account for the contracts. Yeah, you still do need extra after the bounties, true. Because you still have to do bounties for quite a while. I don't think it's until like 250 a chef or something when you stop needing them for bounties. What is the exact level? Let me double check. I know it goes pretty deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and you need 259 chef before you stop needing the leak. That is pretty deep. Well, I guess we're on about a 10k leak grind. We're definitely not going to finish that today, but we're getting there. I think we could definitely finish it this weekend, though. Oh, I forgot to get my one tree. Should probably grab my one tree. Technically, we can grab 2 trees if we want to have no downtime at all. We could also have enough time in between there to drink a potion if we really want to. The problem is, since we don't have a cool potion, I don't really have a good way of keeping a 5% on me. Unless we want to juggle a 5% and a 7%. I can't wait till we get a cool potion. I really, really hope the next quest that they're adding has it. They said it's already done, so it could be any time next week. Like, literally any random day could be the day they add it. It hasn't been confirmed that it is the quest that's going to be doing it, but, you know, one can hope. Yep, gathering level. The first of maybe many? I'm not sure how many we get today. I will be dumping all knowledge into Gatherer, by the way. As we are trying to get to 224. Obviously not all today, that would not be possible, but not even this weekend. I think we'd still be short on it a little bit. I don't know, would we? If I spent literally all of today and tomorrow doing it. Which might be the case. How much we stream of it, I'm not sure, but honestly, that is probably the goal. The only problem is these are really annoying to do on Steam Deck due to the hitboxes of the tree. Compared to other grinds we've been doing recently. For example, I finally finished out my Carpenter Bank. You may notice we're at 223.5. That was one good thing about being sick yesterday. Because I pretty much completely finished it, and then this morning I finished whatever was left. So, yeah, we're done with, we're completely done with carpentry now. Well, not done, but once we go get our hickories, that gets us to 224 if we want to go AFK the thingy. And then, yeah, we're pretty much done with woodcutting other than just getting free XP from it. At least for a little while. There are upgrades we need beyond that, but they're not that immediately needed. It really comes down to the rate at which they do updates. Because the biggest thing we don't know right now is the time frame between the next combat merge, Stonewall Hill, and trading. Like, the time frame between those 3 things are the biggest thing for what would determine what on Earth we'd be prioritizing. But all 3 of them we do not currently know. I'm not sure why I went this way. But I guess it does the same thing, doesn't really matter. We have some downtime anyways. I probably should be grabbing double tree during this. Once we have a couple potion, I could be drinking a 5% there. And just do one tree 5% instead of double tree. Oh, hello, Blaze. Welcome, welcome. Do I think Andrew Gower is slacking with the slow updates? I think he's just trying to work on too many things at once. I think is the biggest issue. Because while doing the combat rework, they already completely have the next quest ready. Like, literally tomorrow, we could wake up and have a new quest or something. Like, it's already done. They just haven't hit the release button on it. But similarly, like, Stonewall Hill is probably like 95% done. Like, 95%. The infrastructure for trading is already probably, like, somewhat there. Obviously, there's a lot they have to test with that before it gets into the game. But pretty much every update that's coming in the next few months is probably, like, 90% done right now. Or in the case of the next quest, is actually 100% done. It's just not in the game yet. The only thing that probably needs the most work right now is the second combat rework. Which is why it feels so slow right now, because he's doing the first combat rework, then the second one. Aside from the 2 quests in between. But I don't know, I kind of actually almost prefer if he goes a little bit slower. In the main sense of, well, for one, trading definitely needs to not have a duplication glitch or anything like that. Even though almost guarantee will. But, there's just so much I need to grind before every single one of these updates. So if it takes a little bit longer with it, I'm actually perfectly fine with that. As the longer it takes, the more prepared we'll be for every update. Luckily, they actually confirmed that we're 100% ready for the next 2 quests, though, because they mentioned about a week or 2 ago that they're never going to release quest requirements above 200. Or if they do, it's going to be, like, way, way down the line. But, like, no time in the next few years, if even ever, will we get a quest requirement over 200. So at 200 all, you're prepared for every quest for the rest of time. Not counting new chapters. Because obviously you can't preemptively train those skills. But for every existing chapter, you're ready for every quest for the rest of the time. After 200 all. But the main levels I want to get are weapon crafting for the push to 2000 combat and the push to 2500 combat. There's also some things for Stonewall Hill I want to have beforehand. Some of which are stretch goals that are likely impossible to go do, like 500 alchemy. Others are more realistic, like get as close as possible to 500 all production. But yeah, when it comes to the overall early access update rate, I would say the main thing that's kind of throwing it off is their current fixation on, like, overhauling combat completely. Well, overall, it's probably good for the long term of the game. In the short term, it had pretty much no development into it previously. So a lot of the changes that they're making in regard to it are pretty much from scratch. Whereas things like trading, PvP, Stonewall Hill, stuff like that already has a lot of development into them. Compared to the combat rework that previously had, you know, pretty much no development into it. Yeah, there we go. Get our nice juicy gather XP. The other reason why I am using this to try to get past Gatherer is, as Miles ES mentioned, because I knew we would need every single leak on our grind. But Miles ES mentioned we need about 10,000. And I was already knowledging through it, because if you were to camp these all the way to, If you were to camp these all the way to 224, you would definitely get more than 10,000. So using knowledge helps skip that. I'm not sure how many, but it's definitely more than 10,000. Because we already have 1,000. I guess we can kind of do that forward and kind of figure out about how many we'd get. If we dumped knowledge the whole time, got that after about 1,000 of them. What does that come out to then? Of course, it takes more XP every single time. 3 into that, 4... Yeah, it's around 7,000 if we keep dumping knowledge into it. That should be fine. Because we're going to be getting chef from contracts and other things as well. It's not only going to be the pies. Hello, respawn? Did I do something wrong? What happened? What did I do wrong? Why is that respawn taking so long? Guess it was chatting and didn't take it as immediately. Oh, there's so many carpentry capes here. I'm actually surprised how many people have been doing carpentry. Like, if I go check my rank right now, how many people have more carpentry than this? Oh, not that many. Okay, maybe. Okay, I guess everyone who has high carpentry just lives here, which makes sense. Because I feel like I see so many people with, like, a 200 carpenter cape. But there's only, like, 150 of them, I think, somewhere around there. It's hard to tell since we can't see that far down anymore. But 58th is at 210. I feel like a lot more people are going to get it soon for the 200 all Hope Forest Cape though. Is that one and the Mines Matubin ones definitely were the biggest improvements from the update they made. Let's see, should we start going for the double log? Just to let everything respawn, because we keep having that slight delay every single time. And since I'm not using a 5% pot here, I guess we'll go for the double log. I think we can start every rotation right here then. We're caving in for the double log. We're going to be doubling our amount of woodcutting XP now. Just to make it a little bit quicker to get to 208 and to kill some of the dead time. Since we're not using a 5%. Also, hello Sean, welcome, welcome. Where are you starting? When are we starting the mine grind? What's your plan as of right now? The mining grind is kind of complicated now. I'm probably starting it when our venture gets us to 262 miner. Unless I go power grind a little bit near the end. The main reason for this is my original production plans I was going to do for all 3 of them has been nerfed into the ground. They actually, during the beta, nerfed it like 3 different times. Like pretty much every version of the beta, they tweaked how it worked. And the current state is it's actually worse to do all 3 of these productions than before the update at all. Whereas in every version of the beta it was actually better, so they kind of 180'd on that. But it's actually worse doing the 3 production skills now, profit-wise. But, yeah, that basically makes it so we're only really going to be refining the bars, dunking the bones, stuff like that. We're pretty much not going to be making any product out of anything. Which means we got to dump a lot more knowledge than initially anticipated into all of them. But long story short, probably when we get 262 mining off of just the mining venture is probably when I'm going to go back to mine to Matubin. Because that's probably when we're going to shift a little bit into a 500 mining push. I believe it's impossible for us to make top 20 by then. But we are going to be pushing towards that number. We'll even go all the way to 500, we'll see. I'm trying to see, what is the current setup for that? I'm pretty sure there's already 20 people with it. Yeah, pretty much. The two that aren't there are going to be there like any day now. And the main reason for that is we'll be just dumping all of our knowledge into the other skills while doing mining. Like, we'll be training mining, but dumping our knowledge into stonemason, smithing, stuff like that. Whatever needs it based on our level range. What are we focusing on until then? Our current plan right now is basically just a bunch of wide farming to the next big objective in every single skill. A lot of these are for alchemy, oddly enough. A lot of these are premised based on alchemy. As far as our current alchemy needs, up to about 277. As I had to do Forager before, or sorry, Gatherer in order to go get our fear potions that we needed. Then we could use our other fears that we already had banked combined with that in order to go do up to about 277 eventually. And at 277 we have our combat potions that we get from 246 Gatherer. So really heavily Gather focused right now, as that also helps with our weapon production. But ultimately, everything is being targeted towards Tier 5 weapon production. Ideally, Tier 5 weapon production all the way to 2,000. So this includes things like 400 Bone Right, 400 Smithing, 400 Stonemason, probably 500 Miners, so it can actually support all those things. As well as all the other things that you end up needing for it, which is things like 280 Gatherer, 264 Woodcutting, somewhere around there, I forget the exact number. And a few other ones like that. Because we need up to Suave. Ideally you, but mostly Suave. And Tier 5 Suave, whatever you say this, is at 293. A little higher than I thought. It's 293 Woodcutting and 291 Carpenter. As that allows us to do every Tier 5, and every Tier 5 allows you to make 4-star weapons all the way up to Stonewall Hill. Even slightly into Stonewall Hill. Though it doesn't go all the way to 2,500 though. But it does go all the way to current cap. Yeah, pretty much we're just stacking a bunch of mats for everything. And beyond that, we're just getting a few other stretch goals here and there where applicable. Like 226 Fissure so we can start doing the Venture eventually. Alchemy number up just so we have access to better potions. Forager to 209 so we can do 10% for free from that chapter. Even though I'm probably buying most of them, but I want to get some better XP while doing Fissure. So I actually have to have 209 Forager by the time we do the next part of the fishing grind. Our current grind, we don't need to worry about it. But the grind after our current grind we do. Yeah, pretty much just a bunch of wide skilling. Oh yeah, I also need to go get my 3 merchant levels back. They actually reskilled merchant, so that thing I was doing for money making earlier, I actually can't do anymore. Earlier, before the merge, we were doing a bunch of leatherworker off of the discounted superior sheep hide. But they changed a bunch of numbers in merchant. It's actually the first time merchant's been nerfed. And yeah, I need 3 more whole levels to go get the same hide I was before. Luckily, we still have the same XP rate, but I need 3 more levels to even get what I had access to before the update. As I configured merchant a little bit with some of the numbers. Because they added a couple AFK activities. Do we know if one of the 2 upcoming quests will be pots not being in inventory? It hasn't been confirmed, but is very, 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 very likely. Though they haven't outright said that's what the reward is, though. The only thing we know is that they said that when we do equipable potions, that's going to be a quest reward. And that we're getting 2 new quests, one of which is already fully completed. Before we get the second combat rework, aka now. So sometime soonish. They also mentioned that the first quest that's already completed, that should be out in the game soon, probably in the next week or less. That quest, they said, has the best reward of any quest in the entire game. So I would assume that is the equipable potion quest. And maybe a few other features coming in with through it as well. Like auto-potting would be insane. But none that's confirmed, though. We already know that there's 2 quests, one of which is already fully done, and that it has the best reward of any quest currently in the game. Supposedly. So I would assume that's a equipable potion with like a few other features or something. And assumably it's in Chapter 1 if that's the mechanic. Which means free-to-play should get access to it then. But I sure hope it's coming, because I hate having to juggle these things so much. That's the main thing I hate about having to do this method right now. It's really good otherwise, but I hate having to juggle any potion you have right now. One thing that will be a little bit annoying about equipable potion though is I wonder if you can equip multiple of the same kind. Like, can you equip a 5% for a chapter and a 6% and a 7%, so on and so forth? Or are you only going to be able to have one of that type? Like, can I only have an EXP pot for Hopeport that's like, or Hope Forest that's at like 7%? And if I try equipping the 5%, the 7% would become unequipped? I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of details about it we don't know. We also don't know if auto-potting is going to be coming during that time. Like a way to just keep repotting 2-minute potions and stuff like that without having to drink them. There's a lot of details we don't know. But luckily we don't have to wait that long to see. Is that next quest? It should be in the next week. We don't have an official date, but all they have to do is like click a button and it's pretty much in the game. Like it's all done already. They're probably just waiting to fix a few more things with the most recent merge before they do. Like the little mini patch we got yesterday. So they're probably going to do one more like mini patch like that for a bunch of quality of life, and then we probably get the quest. And then we get to see what it actually is. Might be a equipable potion, might not be. If it is, we'll finally get to see how that works and everything. Well, regardless, it should be some pretty nice quality of life. But yeah, honestly, I'm really looking forward to the upcoming 2 quests. That was one of the main things that drove us in early game. Was, oh, let's go do every single quest in the game. That'll give us a nice little basis for stats and everything. That was always our first goal. First we did the main storyline rush, and then we did the all quest rush, which we finished in under a month. Which I think we finished almost by the 3rd week. But, yeah, those are like our whole driving force in early game. Was, let's do every single quest in the game. So this would be nice to finally have the first new one. Because I know that's a pretty good driving factor in other similar games, like when compared to like old school RuneScape. Like when you basically start that game, your whole goal should just be do every quest, then go do the entirety of the achievement diary, and then go max, and then you can start playing the game. But it's nice like small little stepping stones to get there. Like it's not like you just go straight to max, you go for quest cape, then you go for diary cape, and then you can go for max cape. And they all kind of feed into each other really well. And that's still the stepping stone for Brighter Shores right now. It just only has one of the multiple Kobolmans, being the do all quests first, because it helps you with overall progression through the entire game. Oh, so we're 1/4 the way to our woodcutting level. Will we actually be able to do it this stream? I'm not sure. We got to go and cut around, what is that, 400 something logs? And at our current rotation that we're doing, we're cutting around 5 logs every full inventory. Which means how many inventories would I have to do? How many logs did I just say? Around 450. So we'd have to do around, what is that, 90? We'd have to do about 90 inventories. And 90 inventories at 24 pieces, what? I'll do a calculator for that one because my brain's hurting now. 90 times 24. We would bank around 2,160 leeks. 24 at a time. Over the course of 90 inventories. Are we doing all of that today? I have no clue. But it is our current next goal. But yeah, we'd have to do about 90 more inventories. Hello, Maxatox. Welcome, welcome. Does the wiki have all the data by now? You think the dens got heavily nerfed? Oh yeah, they're, depending on your level range, they're anywhere from about 2 times worse to about 10 times worse. Even after they retracted the 10% nerf. It is still around 2 to 8 times nerfed. Depending on your level. But yeah, they're still dead content. They basically deleted them with the update. I assume they're going to rework them at some point. But raid dens are deleted until they add them back to the game, basically. Hopefully they actually add them back. These are completely pointless to do in the current state of the game. Like, 2 whole raid dens is worse than 1 single kill at my level range. But yeah, I assume they're going to fix them at some point. They did a small little mini fix yesterday where they got rid of 10% nerf. But they haven't done anything to do the whole level scaling. The way I wish they worked is the way that was actually mentioned in the first post before they ended up going back and changing it. The way that the leveling for some things were going to originally work, like quests and raid dens, is they were originally just always going to be 10 levels below your level, so you never had penalty on them. Where they always got stronger, but you always still got like decent XP for them. And I wish they would reintroduce that for raid dens. Like, simply just make them upscale to you based on 10 levels lower than your level. Under the new system, you'd still be getting some penalty under that, if they were to do that. But it wouldn't be nearly as bad as it is now. It'd still be a slight nerf, but barely. Like, maybe like a 5-10% nerf compared to before. Which is a lot more in line with what it seems like they were trying to do, where they were trying to nerf it by 10%. But that's all they would have to do. Just make every raid den scale, if it's a lower level than you, make it scale and give EXP based on 10 levels lower than you. And that basically achieves their 10% nerf that they wanted. Where they're still worth doing, but they're only around 10% nerfed. Like 5-10%, somewhere around there. Because that's originally what they were going to do, but then they changed it when they did the second combat rework. Or, you know, the second version of what they wanted to do. But the first version would have worked perfectly fine. It wouldn't have the issues that they have now. Well, I'll have to wait to see what they do. But all they have to do is what they were originally going to do for raid dens, and it'd be fixed. It'd still be a slight nerf, but it's better than what they are now by a lot. Yeah, Mazias is lucky. They already did all their grind there. You kind of wish the 10 level scaling worked on all mobs, yeah. That's the way it was originally going to be. But then they backpedaled on it. When they did the second combat rework. Because, yeah, even right now, it is actually not worthwhile for me to go kill this plant. I haven't tried doing it yet to see how bad it is. But even though this plant is only, like, 30 levels lower than me, it is at such a high penalty that it is basically pointless to try to kill. Honestly, even this outlaw that's only 6 levels lower than me is almost at the point where it's not worth killing. Like, I pretty much have to go to Viper. He's even the outlaw, despite being 6 levels lower, is at a penalty so high that it's barely worth killing. It's really weird. There's one thing that's really weird about the current combat system overall. Like the current iteration that they end up doing. You pretty much always have to move to whatever your next enemy is. Like, even staying on your enemy when you're, like, even a level above it is not worth it. Hopefully special attacks and skill tree will make that a little bit easier. Right now, it's kind of hard to do on a lot of enemies, unless they're just a really easy to kill naturally enemy. But down the line, after you have special attacks and skill tree and everything, we should be able to pretty easily. Like, if we had all those features, I'm pretty sure I could kill, like, this Wendigo right now. Which is, like, 20-something levels higher, like 20 levels higher. Whereas right now, I could barely even kill this Viper 2 levels higher than me. Even with a 4-star weapon. Of course, our armor is kind of average, though. We're in, like, full 2-star. Yeah, Mines of Matubin's potions are also kind of all over the place. There's actually a lot of reagents from Mines of Matubin that aren't worth it anymore at all. Not counting AFK activities, there's only 2 things worth killing in all of Mines of Matubin. Or sorry, 4 things. Not sure what number I just said. But the only 4 worth killing now are the 8 and 10% pot ones. Which includes, actually, I forget what they were now. I know what 3 of them were. It's Cockroach, where are they? It's Cockroach, Blob, and Wraith. I forget what the 3rd one was. I mean, the 4th one, I mean. Oh, yeah, I think it was the Worm. Yeah, it was the Worm. I remember now. But yeah, that one Worm that's here, wherever it is. I don't even see it here in this current one. But the Worm, the Blob, the Cockroach, and the Wraith are the only ones that give good material now. AK the post 200 material. Like, basically everything else in Mines of Bitumen is not worth killing. Unless you're doing it purely for combat XP. You would just leave the reagents on the ground. So I like how I'm literally cycling the potion. You can't queue a whole stack of anything, but when you have one singular object on the ground, you can actually queue it as a queuable action. And we keep queuing our potion to make sure it doesn't despawn. Luckily, something we shouldn't have to do in about a week, hopefully. Fingers crossed, the first update that they've been talking about for quests is finally the queuable potion one. Because the day we no longer need to juggle those is going to be one of the best updates. Honestly, I would say that is the best update since launch. If this first ever new quest is the one that actually does a queuable potion, it would be the best update since day 1 of launch. Out of anything they've done. I'm still really curious to see what they do in quests in general. Like, as far as quest reward space. Because he's done some really broken stuff in his past MMO, as well as this MMO. When you consider, like, how strong storage rifts are, or the ability to create 4-star gear. Both mechanics so strong, they're basically core mechanics of the game. And his upcoming quest seems like it's going to be the same thing. There's a quest reward so strong, it's not even really seen as a quest reward, more so as like a mechanic in the game. To the point where you have to do the quest. I just realized we get back-to-back red. Also, something else I just noticed. I have actually never accumulated clover. So the last time we had to do clover, I just completely ignored it because they were at a level range where there's a bone nearby, so it wasn't worth doing. So I just realized it's one of the only resources I've never bothered gathering before. Snake skill is also in that category. Though unfortunate for snake skills, I will be skipping it again, I think. I'll probably be grabbing the other material for it, but the snake skill material I'm probably just buying from the shop. Though I might reconsider that when I see the price of the shop. But I'm probably banking the orchids, but not bothering with the snake skill. There's two reasons for that. One is the closest bank is way further away. It's actually a really bad spot. But the other one is you have to drink fear potions the entire time while you're doing it. Not even as an optional thing, but as a required thing. As both the two rooms are in an aggro room. It's not like chestnuts where you can kind of get away with it because only one was in an aggro room. But the two rooms where you get it from are both aggro. Which I think might be the only material in the game that's actually like that. Where every room where you accumulate it is under aggression from an enemy. Yeah, we might be pivoting to the cooking grind sometime soon once we do finish this gather grind. And the main reason being is it makes it so I don't need to bank as many mana rays. Because the less we have to bank on that, the more fishing XP when we go for 226 Fisher. Also, one thing I've been wanting to do recently, which with all the downtime I had yesterday from being sick, I was thinking about, we really need to cover some videos for Brighter Shores already. Like, not just live streams, but like an actual video. We were going to do like that 100-day 10-tip video kind of thing. But the goalpost kept moving on it. Originally, I think it was at 1,000 hours, then it moved to 100 days. Then it moved to, also I just realized I have the potion on me, I should probably drop that. And then it moved to, 200 all. And here we are, and we still haven't posted it. We should post it on April Fool's Day. I think my biggest issue is I just hate video editing so much. It feels so time-consuming compared to how little gets done during that time. That reminds me, how bad are we doing on leaderboard these days? I feel like we fell back so much when we got sick yesterday. We did so little grinding. We're getting there, though. They're in a race, but it's fun to see the numbers collide with each other. There's been like a three-way thing going on here. Shuriken's been getting the quickest XP because I believe they've been doing a lot of stuff in Hopeport, which means they're 10% potting the whole time. Whereas something like Mine to Mantuban is like one of the slowest areas if we do stuff in it. Mining isn't as slow, but the other three are the some of the slowest in the game. Oh, so I keep checking it when we keep looking at the numbers. I think Unbi quit. I don't know, does anyone know when he last streamed? Because I think it was someone who streamed the game as well. Because I've been looking at his number and it hasn't been moving. Like, not even for, like, daily check-in. Oh, Unbi has the sauce. You saw him doing oysters yesterday? Interesting. Okay, so maybe he is only doing dailies then? Because his level hasn't moved in 2 days. Like, he's the same total level he was 2 days ago. Because if you're checking every day, your passive activity should be giving you more than a level a day. I guess he forgot to set up his passive. Which could have happened. I just realized you could double zero tile this one leak, can't you? I was doing that earlier on one of the other cycles when we were doing this before. I'll try it on this cycle, I guess. Oh wait, but the tree's gonna be dead. I'll try it on next inventory, I guess. I forgot the tree's gonna be dead. The only problem with doing it the other way around is you have to manual click to one of the leaks, otherwise you lose 2 tiles. Whereas the current cycle we're doing, I think we only have to manual click right at the beginning, but then everything else is in cycle. But to zero tile the one leak, you would need to manual click every cycle. Actually, no, I'll just keep doing it this way. I don't want to bother having to do the manual click with the tree every time. The way we're doing it now is fine. I think we gained 1 tile doing it the other way around. But it requires manual clicking each time. It's actually something I gave in on when I was doing the pine with the bitter fruit earlier, off stream. Because when I was doing it on Steam Deck, I just gave in and started losing double tile on one of them. Because the amount of extra AFK that it added was just too good to not do. But there was one single click where if you manual clicked, you would save 2 tiles. But I kept just queuing all of them and losing the 2 tiles every time. Just because how much more AFK it was. Yeah, let's see. What's our log count at right now? We still need like 420 something. We're definitely not finishing that this stream, by the way. As we go out of our way to go do woodcutting. But it makes more sense to do them during leaks because how many leaks we need. Also, in case I accidentally despawn them, I made sure to get a smaller stack today. Before I was grabbing like 100 at a time. Right now we only have 23 left on us. So if I do somehow accidentally despawn these things, we're not losing that many of them at all. I have yet to do that to a stronger potion yet. Like accidentally sell them when I didn't mean to. Or accidentally despawn them. I've done it occasionally to like 100 stack of 5% before. But I've never done it to like 3 times. I've never done it to an important potion yet. And hopefully soon we never need to worry about it again. The update can't come quick enough. I really, really hope it's the next one, because it might be for the quest reward. Because if so, it's any day now when we get the update. Could even be tomorrow. It's gonna feel weird completing another quest in this game, though. Because we're gonna get, like, 0 XP for completing the quests. In the sense that if you were to do it at the level range where, you know, the quest requires... Like, if it requires, like, 60 alchemy and, like, 50-something foraging and whatever. Like, if you do it at those level ranges, yeah, it would give you, like, a level or 2. But our current level range, like, that much bar that's currently filled up on is probably about how much XP it's gonna give us. If it was giving forage or XP for the quest. Like, that little bar right there is about how much more we would gain. Feels so weird having to check remaining XP now compared to before. I wonder if they're ever going to change that back to some degree. Because you can't just look at it and check anymore. Gotta like hover over it to check the number. Oh, someone's doing an AFK activity over here. Ooh. I almost never see that around here. Which I'm actually surprised I don't see that more often. Like someone lopping a tree. Well, I guess in all fairness, it's not an AFK activity you would do as often. Because you have to upgrade a whole entire different tool to go do it properly. Like the next one that would be worth us doing... Oh, you should probably go buy the better loppers though. But the next one worth us actually doing is 225. Because that one uses the percent of your axe rather than the percent of your loppers. Doesn't give you any carpentry XP, but it gives you the boosted rate based on your axe. Which are pretty much always going to be stronger than your lopper. Well, not always. I guess if you put a lot of levels into it. But you generally don't really need to. Unless you really want to AFK woodcutting, like on an alt or something. But otherwise, the only woodcutting AFK that'd be worth it is the axe-related one. Like any of them that have an axe symbol next to them, basically. Excuse me. Oh gosh. Just go pull out those cough drops. I actually had to put all of them away because they were all in like my stand thing. So when I packed everything, I actually have no clue where they are right now. That's one of the things when unpacking everything from when the floors were done. That I actually have no clue where I put them. There's somewhere around here though. Yeah, we're almost got our second gatherer level this stream, gosh. Still need another 12 at some point. Wait, does that mean we're gaining a level an hour? Well, I guess, yeah, if you're accounting for knowledge. I didn't even think about that just now. I thought this method was slow. It kind of is, because we're getting no tool upgrade. But it's so close to a bank that it kind of balances out a bit. Also helps that we're just dumping knowledge into it the entire time. And this is like 4 point something knowledge an hour. Or somewhere's around there. I just realized his name is Catechist, not Cactus. I always keep thinking that's Cactus. Yeah, I've definitely called him Cactus in the past. Yeah, it's Catechist, not Cactus. That definitely looked like Cactus. Catechist. I cannot even say it. That definitely looks like why can I not say the word cactus all of a sudden? That definitely looks like Catkiss and not Catechist. Hey, Chino's still around as well. And Greybeard. As I feel like several of these are like the same people we see every single day. They're just on every single day, just grinding the entire time pretty much. Still some really dedicated player base in the game, that's for sure. There's one of them. So Miles, yes, do you actually think you'll take rank 1 at any point, or are you just kind of trying to go up? Because I'm definitely in the number go up category. Well, it's fun looking at the ranks. I definitely don't plan on taking any. If anything, we're actually losing them right now. Orca's going crazy, yeah. His lead's actually insane. Isn't he still like 300 over you? Let me go double check. Because now, didn't you just say that you're done with 200 all? Let me go check right here. Oh yeah, whenever you compare now, since the update, it actually breaks your action. Wait, this isn't one I wanted to check. Or is it? Yeah, your 200 all is what I wanted to go check. Yeah, you are. Alright. What was the other thing I wanted to go check? Oh yeah, the difference between you and Furs. What is it these days? Top players, show anonymous. It's something absurd, whatever it is. Yeah, it's still 300. And that's post 200, 300. Well, hello, MJK Jets. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. I just realized he's the only 5,000 player in the game right now as well. Mousy, yes, of course, being second unless this anonymous player starts going crazy. Oh, so there's so many anonymous players still in top 10. I didn't even realize that till now. Like, I knew they were there, but normally I just keep it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. More than half of top 10 is anonymous. But it don't count. We're technically top 10 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're top 10 right now. Even though it says 15. We're top 10 minus hidden people. Oh, we get to pass Peticio in about another couple weeks. I just realized that too. When does Anonymous's Peticio? Who isn't playing the game anymore. And from what I can tell, Unbi seems to not be playing anymore. Or at least cutting down a lot. You might slow down a bit. Oh, what are you doing for the rest of the month? A different game or just life stuff? Because I'm actually hoping Stonewall Hill comes out somewhat soonish. Because I'm probably going to be going away for about a week in like June or July. Because I normally spend that time seeing family. Also my dad, grandma, and a few others in the area. As well as some friends like Isabel, who you normally see in chat occasionally. Not sure if she's still here lurking. Probably playing Palia right now. That cozy MMO thing. But lately when I've been in New Jersey area, I meet up with her since she's from New York. Which I haven't been to New York in a really, really long time. Which I think I was still a kid last time I've been in New York, actually, now that I think about it. Not counting being in the New York airport, because that doesn't count. But not counting New York's airport, like actually like physically in New York, seeing things in New York. I don't think I've been there since like 17 or 18. Not counting plane flights. The only thing I'm concerned with that recently, though, is the slight increase to plane crashes in America lately. Due to all the mass layoffs of everyone. Like, the percent chance that your plane will go down is so low. But honestly, in the current state of everything, I would say it's like 5 times to 10 times higher. Even though that number's still like under 1%. It's probably still under 0.1%. But the number is like 5 or 10 times higher. If my raid dens were 5 to 10 times worse, I would never touch them again. So why would it be any different with a plane? That's my only concern, because I'm definitely not driving there. Your mom's having surgery on Monday. Oh no, I hope it goes well. Yeah, my dad got some pretty major surgery while I was in college. I spent a bunch of time with him then. He's been recovering pretty well, though, over the years. He's built a lot of houses in his day, and still has in recent years. So he has a lot of back injuries over the time. I said hello, Sir Valiant! Welcome, welcome. We're officially at the point where we need about 400 more trees. Which means this stream so far, since we last checked, we've done like 50 trees. Yeah, that's definitely not getting done today. We'll definitely get closer, but that's definitely not getting completed. Oh no, let's see. It took an hour and a half. Let's break it down all the way. What would that come out to be then? Because if it takes about that long for each, times that by 9. Yeah, it's not getting done today. We'd have to do this for about 13 more hours. Like 12 to 13. Which will get done, just not today. I'm not doing this for 12 to 13 more hours today. We're definitely doing it for some amount of time, but not that long. Actually, now that I'm just looking at it, there's not even 12 hours left in the day. Oh yeah, doesn't the clocks go forward an hour too tonight? At least people in America. So we have even one less hour than normal as well. Though even if it wasn't for that, we still wouldn't have enough time. But accounting for that, we even have one less hour than normal. I believe it's tonight. Pretty sure it's tonight. Clock going forward an hour. Not sure all the parts of the world that partake, but it affects America. I just realized this cave uses a lot of the same geometry as the cave in Chapter 1. I didn't realize they actually reused a lot of the assets from it. Mostly because you go into that cave first, and the other cave normally second. The only exception to that is if you really farm Chapter 1 heavily, and somehow get like 31 or 61 Chef and 50 Alchemy before you even enter Chapter 2. But generally, the first time you'll see that cave asset is when you click your, when you get your class. Not when you do the Branolf inheritance. But they both use the same cave, cave textures. Hopefully they use new ones for Stonewall Hill. Because obviously Mines of Matubin uses drastically different ones. So I would assume Stonewall Hill would as well. Also, I almost keep forgetting that there's a gigantic void everywhere. Maybe that's a poll question we should do at some point. Because honestly, all the voids around us, I never even pay any attention to. Like 99% of the time, I forget they're even there. It's something that hasn't really fazed me much. Like the whole faded room and the abyss that is on every side of you at any given time. It's called the Magic Cave. I guess it is technically magic, the cryo and all the other elements. It's one of the main reasons why we're likely not getting a magic skill. Is because the elements that are already in the game that are going to be doing special attacks and everything technically already is magic. I'm still really curious to see what they're going to be doing for the animations for that. Because whatever the special attack animations are probably most of the main ones we're going to have for a while. Like, we'll probably get new special attack weapons in the future, but it'll be a long while before we do. Like, at our current trajectory, it could be like a half a year before we get more. At current rate. So whatever they end up doing for it is going to be all our spec weapons for quite a while. And the two biggest things when it comes to them is the balance on them and the how flashy they look. Those will be one of the few things that makes combat more fun. Also, it's really funny. After 17 votes, our poll is actually at the exact even on more or less combat. Has the combat merge in Brighter Shores impacted how much you currently do combat? 29% more combat. 29% less combat. And then everyone else, 41% the same amount. That's really funny. Pretty much a perfectly even spread. I feel like a lot of our polls have been that way. If I do a 3 poll, one of them will be an outlier, but then the other 2 will be even. Whenever we do a 2 poll, it's almost always like dead even between the 2. Seems to happen a lot. But overall, I would say I'm doing less combat. Because I can't do raid dens because they're so bad. And I can't do combat. Well, I can do combat, but we don't have a reason to, really. At least based on current goals. Because the only bit of combat we needed before was for Forger Gather. I mean, for Gather into Alchemy. And we already got enough of that material, so yeah, we're kind of in a weird spot because I still have to kill that enemy. Or kill the snake afterwards that isn't worth killing. So we're in a really weird spot because of the lack of variety of things to kill. It's something I do hope they address a little bit in the future. Because I can basically only kill 2 things right now. Carnivorous Plant is almost too far behind to even bother. So anything I could do is kill either Outlaw or Viper. And that's it. I can't do raid dens. I can't go to the enemy below that, otherwise we'd be getting like almost negative combat XP. For how slow it would probably be. We're bottlenecked into like a really, really small area as far as what we can kill. Whereas before you had like 4 things you could kill at any given time, if not 9. Because you had your like 2 closest enemies in any given zone. So that's 8 right there. But then you also had raid dens, so that's 9. So you basically had 9 enemies you could kill at any given time. Whereas right now, in the exact current state of the game, you basically have 2 enemies. Maybe 3 at best. So we went from a system where we could fight about 9 different things to about 3 different things at most. Like a 66% reduction in currently available enemies. Newest update gave you 14 free KP in combat that you haven't unlocked yet. Nice. Yeah, they ended up rebalancing it a little bit the other day. I'm actually still ahead on it, by the way. I don't think it gave me any extra. But, I'm still 2 whole activities ahead, even after the little rework they did. To consolidate the earlier ones a little bit better. They were still 8 whole knowledge points ahead. I still really want that 1000 combat, though. Bare minimum when special attacks and skill tree comes out. We got to get 1000. It'll be the first time we ever get to wear perfect armor and everything. As well as see all the golden weapons for Cryonite. Like, I've seen all of them at this point, but I haven't actually, like, used them before. Obviously, it's just a cosmetic difference, but still. Having the golden weapons when we finally get special attacks is going to look kind of cool. Though initially I will still be using tier 5 until we get the combat levels, because it's still going to take a while. Even after any kind of buff that comes in through skill tree and everything, it's still going to take like a good 150 hours or something to go get 1000 combat from where we are. Oh, so did I say 1000? I meant 150 hours. Not sure what number I just said, but it should take about 150 hours from where we are right now. Assuming it dumped no knowledge into combat directly. Because while doing combat, we're most likely going to be knowledging Mines of Matubin. Yeah, the first 800 levels are quite a bit quicker, though. It uses a bit of a different time frame compared to the others. But the first 200 are a lot quicker. I mean, sorry, for the first 800, I mean. Because 800 is basically 200 for combat now. As far as where it starts getting way slower. So anything below 800 should move decently quick. Not like ultra quick, but, you know, it's before the slowdown. Like, you're easily going to be gaining multiple levels an hour. But then after 800, you go to less than 1 level an hour. Unless you're dumping knowledge directly into it. But yeah, my two alt accounts are actually really low. I think one's 118 and the other's 120. Luckily, they're at a level range where the reworked raid den from the other day, yesterday, I believe brings them back to pre-nerf rates, or pretty close to it. So they're actually at a really good level range to do raid den. It's just pretty comparable to what the XP rates were pre-nerf. What am I doing? I had enough time to get to you, tree. Yeah, there's a lot of levels. It's a very, very hard skill to get to max. That's why I want to get all the weapon upgrades for it, so when we do, we have a bunch of 4-star special attack weapons to speed it up. As there's a good chance you would use a 4-star weapon for like 50 levels. Just because the extra damage from this spec might actually be worth it. Or you might still main hand a 3-star weapon just because it's quicker to craft. But you'll keep like, you know, a spec ready to go off of one of the other ones. Either a ranged weapon or a one-hand or something similar. Or you're probably still going to primarily be using a 3-star 2-hand. But then your other ones are going to be your specs then. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Because you don't know where all the damage weapons are going to be. How well it'll exploit weaknesses if it's one of those kind of weapons. Because I would assume all special attacks will have guarantee magic percent. Like if it's a Necromay weapon with like only 33% roll, I'm pretty sure it'll have a 100% chance to do Necromay damage when you use spec specifically. Their auto attacks would still be based on the percent though. But they're all almost guaranteed to do whatever their elemental damage is for guaranteed. Which would hit a lot harder against enemies that are weak to that type. But then it comes down to what do they do for all the physical ones then? Like how good would the longsword special attack be? Because there's a good chance it would be better than every other class's physical 2-hand, or physical weapon. Because it's the only one that's a 2-hand. Oh, is Catechus doing, oak trees? I just realized based on what route he's taking. That definitely feels like an oak tree route. you think the combat tree will be more impactful than special attacks? For most people, yes. Because not everyone's going to have the production levels to make 4-star gear. So generally speaking, yes, the combat tree will have way more of an impact than special attacks. It depends on all the things that they do for extra damage on it. It also opens up strategies that aren't currently possible, like range onlying an enemy. There's a good chance there'll be enough ammo that you can range only something. It really comes down to, are they going to give you like an extra penalty if you only kill something with range though? Because if there's no penalty on it, there's some interesting strategies you could do with that, particularly in the AFK category. Because at that point in the current state of the game, your armor wouldn't matter at all. Like, you'd literally be naked and you would still be fine. Because the only thing that would matter is your range weapon. You wouldn't need to worry about a one-hand, a two-hand, anything else. Wouldn't need to worry about armor, literally just your range weapon. Obviously, there's only a limited number of enemies that can be killed that way. But across every chapter, there's almost a dozen of them that can be set up in a way where you can range it, but it can't hit you. Some of them you have to corner trap, some of them you have to do some weird movement shenanigans. Some of them are as easy as you just click on them and they die. I believe they were also adding additional minimum hit to skill tree, which is interesting if so, because they added 20% minimum hit, I believe, in the most recent update. We need to go double check that later, but I'm pretty sure it's 20% minimum hit is what we currently have now. So you would never hit less than 20% your max hit. Or average hit, whatever it was. Can't remember if it was average or max hit, but you always had at least 20% of one of those two numbers. But last I recall, they were adding minimum hit also to skill tree. So that minimum hit number would decrease even further. And depending on what build you're doing, you can actually ignore some things. Like faction gear, you could probably ignore a lot of time, especially faction armor is kind of pointless in the current state of the game. Ammo you can ignore if you're just going all-in melee build. Is there are a lot of situations where having less ammo is actually better rather than more ammo. More ammo is only really needed if you want to like range kill stuff. Yeah, there are some things on skill tree that are just pure DPS increase. I believe they're divided based on element though. So like you only get it for one at a time rather than all at once. So there'll be one for like physical damage, there'll be one for like pyro damage, so on and so forth. So you would have to upgrade a lot more to be able to get it for everything. But it is just purely a DPS increase. Being able to just increase your minimum hit. Even if it's only by a few percent, that's still huge. Like, I think it's 20% right now, after the update. But even if every upgrade was only a 1% increase, that's still a lot. At least compared to none. Yeah, the fact that they're switching a lot of things to percents is really good. HP potions getting buffed and getting bigger percents. Regen being based on 2% instead of a flat number now. Base damage percent now instead of being able to hit zeros and single-digit numbers. Yeah, it's always good when you do it based on a percent. Is that way it scales forever. I'm really hoping if we ever have damage over time status effects that they're also based on percent. Like 1% damage every time they tick up, 3%, whatever they end up doing. Because they definitely gotta not be flat numbers. It's actually one big issue that Ultra RuneScape has had a little bit. With balancing like poison, venom, and a few of the things that they have, burn. They're all flat numbers instead of a percent. So there are some things they work really good on and other things that they're just abysmal on. Not even counting things that have immune to it. Because they would either be too strong or too weak. Like, a lot of things that have immune to it is because it would be too strong if they did it. Because the flat number is just too good against them. But the fact that Brighter Shores is going purely percent base is good. They need to keep doing that for everything. I was gonna say, where's my potion? It keeps hiding in the grass. Hello, B. Welcome, welcome. How else been well? We're on that gather woodcutting grind. We've gotten like 1/3 the level for woodcutting. Still need the other 2/3. Not sure if we're getting us there. Still got to do like 400 more logs. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but we're doing like 5 per inventory. And of course the main focus is gatherer. Finally got to the all-elusive leeks we've been talking about for forever. You know how long I've been like trying to get to a 208 gatherer? It's been like a week now. Obviously I haven't been trying like all in on it. But we've been poking at it for a week straight, directly or indirectly. We're going for 333 mining? Nice. Yeah, we upgraded our pickaxe earlier. We haven't really used it much since we did. We're on a 35 pickaxe. Which I believe is 12%. Plus all the extra bonus already on the pickaxe. But that is an upcoming goal. Not our most immediate goal next, but it's on the list of things we need to grind, but we keep doing other grinds, so it hasn't been grinded yet list. It is one on the soon-to-be upcoming ones. The main thing I'm waiting on is for my venture to bring me to 262. I need that mining venture to get us to the point where we can start doing it again. Because right now we're 4.5 levels short of re-unlocking mining as a skill. But at current venture rate, that's going to take probably a few weeks if I don't do any actual manual mining. You want to do combat, but it's so slow. Yeah, I'm waiting on skill tree and special attacks. We're talking about it quite a bit this stream since it's the poll for the stream. But, yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be tweaked with it, it feels like, after doing it for a longer period of time. It does feel slower than the previous system. Of course, it's because it's scaled to work with special attacks and everything else, which currently aren't in the game yet. So once all that is in, it'll probably feel a lot better in the current system. But, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. It definitely feels like it needs a few tweaks here and there. But yeah, right now, it's better just to prep your weapons for combat rather than do combat. Or to train other skilling-related activities. Because even what we're doing now is technically doing that. Woodcutting we're going to be needing for all of the carpentry supplies for weapons. Things like Gather makes all of our 4-star weapons. And then mining basically covers the rest with everything in Mines of Matubin. As Hope Forest and Mines of Matubin are basically just a weapon crafting area. For Hope Forest, you get a lot of the raw material for it all. For 4-star gear and for just all the carpentry supplies. And then Mines of Matubin is where you actually go process it all. Plus mining covering whatever the gaps Gatherer doesn't. The only exception to that is Delver does feed back into Bonerite. So both Gather and Delver will feed into Bonerite. It's one of the reasons I don't want to go for too much Bonerite at the moment, necessarily. I focus a little bit more on smithing Stonemason. As if we do go for 500 Delver, that is a lot of free Bonerite EXP. Like, basically as many as we would dunk from Gatherer into Bonerite is how many we would dunk from Delver into Bonerite. Almost thought this was an NPC for a second. This definitely looks like one of those people in those woodcutting rooms. Like the 3 that are just like hacking at wood. That outfit matches that so well. Oh, yeah, that's another thing too. We have finally used, I think I mentioned this earlier stream, but we have officially used all of our carpentry supplies, and it got us to 223. So I still need to go find half a level. Because one of the other reasons why we need this woodcutting level is at 208 we can start doing hickory. And that's the material we need to go get us to where we need to get to. As that will easily cover our carpentry level. It is also, even at this level range, the highest thing we could do for carpentry. I haven't done one yet, as you can tell. But, yes, the best thing we could do is 241. Not counting the AFK activity that I might do. Because this is the one that doesn't require any carpentry supply, so it's pure profit. I think you only get to do this like 3 or 4 times all the way to max, post 200. And this is one of those 3 to 4 times. Let me see. You get to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, 6. Okay, 6. I thought that other one was an object before. You could do it 6 times post 200. And the first one of those 6 is available soon if we want to go do it. Not sure if I will be doing it over a chapter 3 skill, but it is an option. If nothing else, while we're doing logs in there and we want to take a break, we can simply just take a break in the room itself. So if we're like doing a bunch of carpentry, like a bunch of hickory poles, or whatever they're called, and we want like a 30-minute break or something, we could just set them up on the AFK activity there and actually get full XP rate. Which would be nice. Thank you, Blaze. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, it's something I hope Brighter Shores does get more into the future, and probably will once bossing and everything comes out. That being skill expression. Because Brighter Shores is very little of it right now. It's basically a who has more time to grind simulator. Like, there are some efficiency things you could do, but not much. And a lot of times out of convenience, you don't even do a couple of them. Speaking of which, the max hardcore is still going well in old school. We started doing it in the background again. I don't have membership right now, so I'm trying to get the full gold in Castle Wars armor. That's what these boots and legs are right there. I'm not sure if a single hardcore even has it. Who's max? Mostly because most people won't bother wasting the time to do it. I think we have to stay there for about another 2 months to have the full set. Luckily, it's like 19 minutes AFK at a time, so it's pretty convenient. Which is really good for multitasking with. You just click a few times and then AFK for about 20 minutes. Very nice. It takes literal thousands of hours to get, though. But you get to AFK for 20 minutes at a time. But I do kind of want to go back to that account at some point. I'm kind of waiting till they do more updates, like Varlamore Part 3 and stuff like that. Which case I might rebuy a year membership. Because I haven't really done any streams of it since Brighter Shores, or at least no streams that were like just that game. It'd be fun to get back into a little. The main thing that burnt me out is I was going dry on basically everything. The only skill-based game I'm probably playing for the rest of this year, though, that I'm aware of, is probably Slay the Spire 2. Which I got the hang of it pretty quickly. And Ascension 20 wasn't too bad. It was probably the most well-balanced hard mode I've seen in any game, though. In that you could still lose even if you knew everything you needed to do at any given time. And I'm curious to see how the remake's going to be, or the second version of it. I don't think it has an official date yet, but it's going to be in beta sometime this year. Out of any game coming out this year, it's actually probably the one I'm looking forward to the most. Slay Spire 2. It might not be the one I play the most, but it's definitely the one I'm looking forward to the most. Because I tend to primarily play turn-based strategy games. It's one of the reasons why I like point-and-click MMOs like this. Is they're just really, really, really quick-paced turn-based strategy games. Since it's still running on a tick system. A much quicker one than something like old-school RuneScape, but still a tick system ultimately. So it's a lot more turn-based compared to an average MMO. What's my diet looking like these days? Oh gosh, not too good. I had just a burger and salad last night. It's been very salad heavy. Whenever I don't know what to make, I just make up a salad with whatever I have in the house. They just scrap together a mega salad. Have I ever played Faster Than Light? Yes, I have played it before. I didn't care for it as much though. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't a game I ever grinded out. Yeah, there's a couple roguelikes I never could really get into. The other one that was really big that I just really couldn't get into was Binding of Isaac. Never really cared for it as much. Because I prefer turn-based roguelikes, normally. Things where you can calculate out everything. And things like Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon were pretty good for that. Though Darkest Dungeon 2 didn't really catch me that much, though. I played through Darkest Dungeon 2, but after the first playthrough, I never touched it again. It just had too many issues overall compared to Darkest Dungeon 1. Luckily, Slay the Spire 2 doesn't look like it's going down that route. Slay the Spire 2 is basically just a copy of Slay the Spire 1 with some changes. Which I actually prefer after how bad Slay the Spire 2 was. Not that Slay the Spire 2 was bad, but it tried doing some creative things, and a lot of it did not work compared to the first game. No, I generally don't play any shooter games. I haven't played Fortnite or CSGO or anything in that category. Overwatch. I don't know what else is in there. But I don't play these shooter games generally. Like, ever. Which I can't even think of the last time I've played a shooter game. Like, at all. I guess technically Pal World, if you count that. But that was more of a creature gathering game, even though it did have a shooting mechanic. Actually, the last shooter I played was probably Spellbreak. It is a discontinued battle royale game that was basically a shooter game, but it was all magic-based. The dev team eventually got bought out by Blizzard and they ended up working on Dragonflight, whatever that update was for World of Warcraft. But yeah, unfortunately that game isn't anymore. But that was probably the last like actual shooter game I've played, was Spellbreak. But it's been discontinued. But it was basically a shooter game, but all the missiles and everything was magic. It was like pure magic-based shooter. That game was so hard. What, Spellbreak? It wasn't too bad. The balance on it definitely could have used a little work, though. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I didn't do the poll for that today. I guess we'll do it for tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be the definitive poll on if we stream Xenoblade Chronicles X on the channel or not. It comes out in a few weeks. I forget the exact date off the top of my head. But it comes out in like 2 or 3 weeks from now. And I'm definitely playing it. It really just comes down to do we stream the entire thing or not. Because obviously if we are, that means like Brighter Shores stream for the entire duration for like a week or two are going to be like an hour or two. Like almost like what we did last night. Except probably around noonish. Or some other similar time. Because I would do that game for probably like 8 hours a day until it's fully completed. Which would probably take about a week, week and a half. 2 weeks tops. If I want to do any post-game in that game, I'll just do it off-stream. But if we do stream it, we'll stream the main storyline. It's one of the few JRPG series I actually do play. A friend of mine got me hooked on it back in like 2018, and now it's like, oh, I guess I gotta play the whole series now. And they're finally remaking one, the last game that hasn't been remade. It should be out in the next few weeks. It's technically the second game in the trilogy, but it's completely standalone compared to the rest of the storyline. So you don't need to know anything about it to know the game. Because even though it's called Xenoblade Chronicles X, it's technically separate from Xenoblade Chronicles 1, 2, and 3. Storyline-wise. Though the entire stream, I would still be farming them all. I just wouldn't have them showing up on screen. However, they would still all be there. Like they are right now. The billion screens that are always present at any given time. Like, this is even all of them, but if I was to go do that right now... Let's see. If we go click them all open. This is even every screen I have open right now. Let's see. We have that one, we have that one. I have the chat up, I have OBS up. And of course, when we're doing that, I would also have Brighter Shores up. I wouldn't have them on screen, though. But we'll have, like, so many screens going at once. The only one that would be visible is the Xenoblade, though, when we do it. I'd still be in the background tapping on Brighter Shores and tapping on both those other two screens. Luckily, 2 of them are 20 minutes AFK. I just need to get a good AFK for Brighter Shores. I think we're considering doing stews, which is one of the other reasons why I want to do Gatherer now. Because I want to secure a 217 chef before that happens, just in case. I'm not sure if we will be doing cooking, but if we do, yeah, that'll be the angle for it. I believe Miles Yes is doing it for the same reason, too. Well, down to see family and everything. Just because it's one of the more AFK things you could do in the game, other than raid dens. But they already have raid dens done, and for us, raid dens are nerfed into the ground. So one of the next best thing is just do cooking stew. You're getting pep prep for stews while you have time. Nice, nice. Yep, we're doing the same. Oh, gather level about to come in. Come on. This will be our third one this stream. Come on. Oh, come on. You gotta go there already. How much do we need? 23k. Okay, we're gonna get it soon then. We'll get it this inventory. Still got 11 levels to go though. Not all today, of course. Though we are gaining about a level an hour. I'm not sure how though. Because these things are such bad XP compared to other Forger or just even other gathering-based skills. But it's actually keeping up pretty nicely somehow. I don't know how, but it is. Because these are getting 0% bonus, not counting our potion. There's no tool that improves the XP rate for these guys. The KP rate carries, true. I don't know, I feel like a lot of activities for Gatherer have a lot of KP rate though. Assuming you're synergizing with Tree. Like every Gatherer node that can be synergized with Tree, I feel like has pretty good KP rate. Which is almost all of them. And a few that don't are probably not worth doing. Actually, is there really a single resource that doesn't? The only one that's kind of awkward is Goat Horn, or that one very first horn of the 4 bones. Because they're so far apart that you can't really grind them properly unless you're doing it with combat. Or unless you're dropping them all to the ground and doing like all you into all that bone. Then you're kind of defeating the purpose of being able to bank them. That's the only bone I feel like is super awkward. That and basically the 2 low tier horns. Or like the 2 that feel really bad for Gatherer. Even though you get tool bonus on them. The tier, not tier 1 and 2, but you know, of the 4 bones, the first 2 bones are like the really bad ones. Because assuming you're banking, they're both very far from a bank and also have really weird tree synergy. More so a lack thereof because they're so far apart. And then the only other really bad one is Snake Skill. Because it's in double aggro room. It also has a lot of up-down. Also, once we do get enough leaks, I'm not sure what we're going to do about the rest of our knowledge. Because realistically, by about like 220, 222 gather, we probably have enough leaks for the rest of time. In which case, I might just go and knowledge it all. The big issue that arises with that is, how? Because I don't have anything else to grind in the chapter. Because I want to have higher gather before I do woodcutting again. So I can't do gather that way. I have no carpentry supplies left. So I would have nothing to go gain levels on since we can't do scout. Because in the past, what you would have done is you would have done scout combat in Hope Forest. But there's no scout combat in Hope Forest anymore. I guess technically my current combat is in Hope Forest, but that's not the same. Hey, someone with the 200 roll Mines of Batubin cape. It's actually the first one I've seen that isn't ourself. Because no one has the 500 roll one yet. It's actually the only keep that doesn't have 500 roll. Because every other chapter has at least one person with it. But chapter 3 is so slow that 0 people have it right now. And the closest person is still 350 away. The next closest is like 450 away. And the average person's like over 1,000 away, if not more. Like the average high-level player is even halfway there. We aren't either. Halfway's in 53 more levels. If you even want to call that half, because of course the first levels are way easier to get. So 1,000's not even, like, an amount of time-wise. 1,000 is even halfway to 2,000. It's probably somewhere around like 1,003, 1,400 is halfway. Which means of the people who are halfway, it's like 7, maybe 8. I didn't think about that. That's the only keep that isn't in the game right now. Because even max combat people had on day 1. There's already people with 2,000 combat. But yeah, the 500 roll Mines of Batubin keep is the only keep currently owned by 0 people. No, excuse me. But it's the only keep where 0 people have it right now. As far as keeps that are actually in the game. It's the only keep that's in the game, but no one owns. The 500 all Mines of Batubin cape. Oh, so I always call it Mantubin instead of Montalban or whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure I say it correctly, but Mantubin sounds so much funnier. It's one of those weird pronunciations like Ardoing in his other game, where no one can agree on how on earth you're supposed to say it, and everyone just calls it Ardy. Because that just makes it so much easier. Yep, we're almost halfway to our woodcutting level. Slowly but surely. How badly I want to hit a real tree. We haven't had one in such a long while now. The one I'm really looking forward to, though, is honestly Juniper. Brambles are nice as well. But the last time I did Junipers, I think I fell in love with them. Zero-tile banking is so nice. It makes me think of how not broken it would be if you could bank from anywheres. Like, yeah, it would kind of be broken, but honestly, not that much. You still have the delay of opening up the menu and everything. So it's still slower than click and drop all. But gosh, how convenient that would be. It's the only skilling activity, I believe, in the entire game that is zero-tile. Without having to do some kind of weird routing. But it's like actual legitimate zero-tile. Not like Forager, that's kind of like pseudo-zero-tile. Where you have to kind of like route the zero-tile in. But Junipers are zero-tile without having to route it at all, just on your path. Oh, is that a 500 carpenter doing woodcutting? That's something I never understand. The people who do 500 leatherworker before 500 merchant, but also the people who do 500 carpenter before 500 woodcutting. I know they did it for leaderboard, but it still confuses me because some people still do it that way. I guess to claim the rest of the top 20 leaderboard. You're holding out hopes amulets are going to be really OP skilling items? Honestly, I would love skilling amulets. Like banking everything you drop. Actually, I was mentioning that as a potion. When we were talking about potion ideas for if they add another alchemy skill in Chapter 6, some of them were like aggro potions so you get AFK. Some of them were like combat potions that last for a duration rather than a battle. But one of them was also bank everything potion. Like a 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15-minute potion that when drank, all skilling supplies go directly to your bank. Would be so convenient. Because you have to have some kind of cost associated with it. You can't just let you free bank everything. But yeah, having a charged amulet or having a potion that could do it for a duration or something like that would work out really well. Like an auto-banking potion or an auto-banking amulet. Both with some kind of upkeep cost associated with them. The potion obviously being drank and the potion consuming it. Amulet having some kind of charges in some way. But yeah, that'd be so nice. Honestly, it's a complaint that I feel like Old School RuneScape gets a lot. But I have nothing against items that need to be constantly charged. As long as the system for getting it charged isn't, like, absurdly annoying. But I actually do like things that need constant maintenance for charging. As it makes whatever activity you need to get the charges from always viable. The problem is when you do that and add an infinitely charged version. You have to go all in and just have only a charged version. Because that's probably my biggest complaint with Old School is things like corrupted bow Faradinin and corrupted quiver. Like, these are things that are supposed to infinitely keep sucking charges, but you could just infinitely charge them. And then never need to keep upkeep on them again. Which defeats the whole purpose of their original purpose to begin with. Because I'm fine if a bunch of stuff starts to have, like, a charge system on it. But you can't ever make an infinitely charged version of it. Otherwise, it ruins the whole point of even having a charged one to begin with. At that point, you might as well do neither. Because, yeah, back in the day, I don't think he ever added a skilling amulet, did he? Because all the skilling amulets that Old School RuneScape have were added past Andrew Gower years. So I'm not sure if he would go down that angle this time. Because every skilling amulet that I'm aware of, that I can think of off the top of my head, were all, after his time. I guess there were some during his time, like the Abyss amulet, or bracelet, and the soft clay bracelet, and a few other things like that. But all the really good ones were after his time. All the ones that were during his time were, like, absurdly niche. Or the one that made iron ores always smith. Actually, they made that ring free-to-play, oddly enough. The Ring of Forging. Used to be a members-only item, but literally the only people in the current state of RuneScape who would ever smith an iron bar manually through anything is always free-to-play players. So they simply made it free-to-play. Oh, so Ring of Forging, not Ring of Forging. Forging would be this skill. Forging would be smithing. Also, they did say that ring slot isn't off the table. For now, obviously, they're just doing amulet. But they did have it during one of the weird Q&As. I think it was one of the ones that was on Discord that was then moved onto Reddit or something. But they did make some mention that they're not off the table, but they have no plans for it currently. Like more slots beyond just an amulet. Ring of Forging confirmed! But yeah, whatever they do for amulets, I'm just hoping it's not just base stats. Regardless if it's combat or skilling or what they get used for, they gotta be special effects. They're actually, like, good. It can't just be like, oh, here's like 5% more damage or something. They have to actually be really unique. Regardless if they're used for combat, skilling, or a combination of both. I am curious when on Earth they're going to add them, though. Because they're definitely not coming in with Chapter 5. The way that Chapter 6 is poised, it seems like they're probably not coming in Chapter 6. So unless they come in through some kind of other weird mechanic, Chapter 7's like the earliest they're probably going to come. Unless they do squeeze into Chapter 6 somehow. I am curious if we're going to get a jewelry making skill, though. If he calls it a jeweler or whatever he ends up doing it. I don't know, what's it called when you make jewelry? Because jeweler is normally someone who sells jewelry, not makes it necessarily. I don't know, I guess jeweler could still be a profession. I just feel like that term is used more so for someone selling jewelry rather than someone who makes jewelry. Unless they add it to smithing. Because one funny thing with smithing is, the passives all make jewelry. Like, literally all of it is jewelry. It's not wieldable jewelry, but it is all jewelry. Because so far we don't know how they're going to double dip smithing or stonemason yet. Because Bonerite is being double dipped with Delver into Armor Maker. But that leaves smithing and stonemason to not be double dipped into. Only Bonerite would be. It's used for builder, it's used for armor maker. I think it has like a lot of direct things. You do delver supplies that then go into it. But blacksmith and stonemason don't have any double dip in any way. At least not in chapter 5 if they're gonna have it. At most for armor maker, of course, but beyond that, like there's no double dipping of it. Whereas Bonerite gets to do it with Delver, it gets to do it with a Builder. It gets to do it with Armor Maker too, but the other two are likely also to some degree be attached to Armor Maker. So I don't really count that. But no, because it would be perfect for it. Like smithing being attached to jewelry making in some way. I could even see it that you need the material from smithing in order to go do that passive for like a drawer skill. Where it's like a passive that feeds into a passive. Where you do like the smithing passive and then it feeds into the jewelry maker passive. Because that triple connection is already with Bonerite. You delve for a bone, then you Bonerite it into a cement, and then the cement gets built into Builder for one that passes for Builder. And if they ever had a jewelry making skill, that would be a triple chain as well, where you mine the material, then you smith it with smith, and then you would AFK it with drawer. Which, if that is the case, jewelry making AFK would be so expensive. Because let's say that hypothetically is a thing, and all the AFKs were based on that. It would likely be like smithing, where you lose money on literally every AFK activity for the skill. Oh, Catechus is still here. Oh, there's Shuriken. They keep passing us. Oh, I thought they were only doing Hope Pour. Apparently they're doing a little bit of something in this chapter too. Interesting. I thought they were just on that Hope Port grind. Like, I saw them doing Chef, I saw them doing Alchemy. But I guess they were just there for a Chef run and figured they'd do a little bit of Alchemy while there. Because maybe they needed some potions. I could have waited. I was doing that because I thought it would over encumber, but we actually didn't. No, the potion, come back, I need you. But hey, we're halfway there. Almost. Let's see, how many more trees is that? Gosh, what is that number divided by 4,000? It's like 320 something. It's like 325-ish. We chopped down 5 trees per inventory. Which means it's like 60-something inventory still. Gosh, there's still so many, but honestly, we're going through them pretty quickly. A little bit quicker than I anticipated. I always like to lowball everything. But doing so, it kind of surprises me sometimes how quickly some things go. Not that it's absurdly quick, but you know what I mean. At least compared to guesstimation. I was wondering for a second, why did it say I got 116 when I only have 19? The 116 is the level that you make this at. I was gonna say, what, did I just multiply my potions? But no, that's, the number that's showing up is the level requirement to make the potion. 116. Not the number that we have, but the requirement for the potion. Like right there where it says 208. Obviously we didn't just pick up 208 leeks, it's the level that you need to gather it. I thought that for the potion for a second, just because normally when you pick it up, it's like, oh yeah, big number. There's a problem with a lot of things in alchemy, though. Not counting Hope Forest. Like, if we want a better potion, you get the first one at 116, or, you know, like the previous one. To get the one afterwards, the upgrade to the 116 one, you gotta go all the way to 344. Which is insane. Also, the cost to make this is so high. If you were to buy from the shop, I think it's like 50 silver. I know the apple's 27. I forget what the other component is. Assuming it's also around 27. It's 54 silver to make that thing. Assuming you don't gather it. Which obviously you would be gathering it. Because there's no way it is worth spending 54 silver per potion there. Is highway robbery. Yeah, the more I look at these numbers, the more it makes me want to go to Fisherman. It's the only skill we haven't gotten above that 200 line. Of course, there's no point in doing that. It would kind of just be a joke at that point, but, you know, doing 201 all, then 202 all, then 203 all. Like, I'm definitely not going to do that, but it bothers me that's still only 200. Because we haven't touched it since maxing. Like, I'm not sure how Unbi does it. He got to like 200 all, and then for like a month or two, didn't train anything else. Let me go check Unbi's thing real quick. Where is he? Like, look at how many 200s he has on the dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them. That would drive me crazy. 8 out of, so he only did it for 6. He only has 6 skills that aren't exactly at 200. That would drive me crazy. He basically got 200 all and then only focused on 6 skills after that. Plus combat. $201 all party? I know, right? Yeah, we'll be having our 201 all party tomorrow. Actually, I believe Jimmy as a bot is finally doing 500 or sorry, 500 alchemy tomorrow, I think. Maybe we'll do a little bit of an alchemy break to go see if we can get in the same room as him. I don't have him added yet, though. Never tried. Should probably go see if we can at some point. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I have a single content creator added. I still made a lot of good friends along the way, though. But I don't think I have a single content creator for the entire game added. Because almost none of them know we're here on YouTube. Since YouTube live streams work a little bit different than how videos work on YouTube. As far as how YouTube promotes them. And the system they have is really bad when almost no one's playing the game. It worked really well when people were, though. Like, we actually had our biggest stream ever the Sunday after launch. Like, in the 8 years we've been streaming almost every single day. But it is one thing that Twitch does a little bit better. Like, mid-sized games, it promotes a lot better. Compared to YouTube. But it's way worse at promoting really big games, though. Like, if you were streaming something like Dota 2 or Valorant, or I don't know, what else is super big right now? Or like CSGO or something. Like, Twitch wouldn't promote you at all. But no, YouTube's been getting a little bit better about it over time. Though I do feel like it's gotten worse for Twitch. At least for bigger games. Like, if you're streaming any game where there's more than one page of streamers, like, unless you're one of the top people, you're, like, getting no views at all. Unless you already have people who are going to be watching you, or, you know, you already are, like, gigantic. Those are, like, the only two circumstances. Otherwise, you get buried with all the 0 and 1 stream people. Yeah, I'm trying to think though. When are we going to begin to Fisher? Because it's a grind I do want to do at some point. There's 2 grinds I want to do in the nearest future. Because if we have to do them at a later point, we'd have to rush them in like a day or 2. And it is 26 Fisher and 253 Merchant. And these are mostly for if they add more venture slots in the future. And or activate the brick venture for Merchant. Those are 2 grinds we really got to do at some point. Because if they just randomly add a quest and or feature to the game that drops like extra venture slots and or extra venture slots with the bricks being activated, we're going to need to have access to them. And I'm slightly concerned that one of these 2 quests, the only requirement I don't have, is the ability to do the better venture. So it might be one of our pivots coming up in the next week. The pivot to 253 Merchant and 226 Fisher. The Merchant one shouldn't take that long at all. Like 2 streams, it's done. Fisher, on the other hand, is going to take quite a bit longer. But it's something I want to prep for when it does happen already. It's the only thing related to a quest that could be added that I'm not already prepared for. Also, they raised the requirement of 1 for 3 levels. This was originally only a 250, but now you need 253 to get to it. So we gotta do 3 more levels than we were initially anticipating. Doesn't take that long though. It's like 3 hours of Merchant. That's 3 hours of Merchant we didn't previously have to do. At least not for that unlock. Oh yeah, that reminds me too. I gotta do that on the alts as well. Because you can start getting the basic bricks at 43. Though it depends what the rest of the requirements are for the quests. Also depends if it even is 1 to 2 quests. If I had to guess the location, if that was to be the case, the equipable potion one would, you know, probably be in chapter 1. But if they were to do more venture slots, and more importantly, if they were to go do the brick and tile venture being activated, it would of course be in chapter 4. We still don't know what array of levels you would end up needing. I would assume detective plus merchant. Is there actually isn't a quest yet that uses both? There's a quest, 2 quests that use them individually for that chapter. Or there's no quest in that chapter that uses both merchant and detective at the moment. There's one that uses only detective, and there's one that uses merchant plus leatherworker. But none that use merchant and detective. Two other things that haven't been used yet, oddly enough. There's no quest that uses Forager and no quest that uses Delver. Which means if you have a really low Forager level, and if that one quest is going to be equipable potion, and assuming that equipable potion quest is in chapter 1, it almost guarantees going to require alchemy plus Forager. If you don't already have your alchemy Forager to like level 50 plus. Worth considering. As there's a good chance if it does use Forager, it's going to be like a 50, 60, 70 requirement. As it's one of 2 skills that have not been used for any quests, that and Gatherer. Yeah, I think we're officially at the point where we need 300 more logs. It feels weird keeping track of all this based on logs. Given that obviously we're banking only the leeks. But I'm using the logs as the measurement of time. There's been 300 more logs getting 5 per inventory. Not all today, of course. Though at this rate, we're doing a lot of it today. Honestly, I'm pretty much just gonna keep streaming until I get hungry and just grab dinner. Because I still have a few leftover burgers from yesterday. So probably just have that with a salad again. Ugh. I keep forgetting to do this with the mini-map. Oh, I forgot we don't have a full inventory here as well, but... for when we do go there, you can actually one-click all the way from Leek to the other room. It's something in the past that didn't used to be possible, with the 2-room limit. It's one of the few things I keep forgetting that was added when they added the infinite limit and simply made it a circle. Because before you couldn't, because the 2-room limit would only bring you right there. This is the last time I've really, like, power farmed leeks, and I kind of forgot there's a new feature that was added like a month or 2 ago. It's a small one, but it's one of those small quality of lives that help a little. Keep forgetting to use it at all though. Because in the past, if you did that, you would go right there to that line, and that's it. But now you can click all the way to storage rift. Which you can go, like, forever away. Wow. You can go all the way to fight the other things with one click if you really want to. That is so far. Of course, we just want it for storage rift, though. That's something I didn't check today. Did they post anything to their social media, mention anything? The last thing they posted is that they were making the level cap for pre-faction to 100. Because there was an unforeseen circumstance where a lot of people got leveled above level 50. Originally, faction list was supposed to be a 50 limit. But some people got converted to a level higher than 50. So now they're changing it to 100. Which makes sense because it basically puts into account 50 scout and 50 guard. Which means faction list level limit will be 100 then. Free-to-play limit will be 1,000. And everyone else is 2,500. Well, technically 2,000 now, but still Hill 2,500. Alright, anyways. Let's see. Has he posted anything beyond that? Nope. That was the last post. What about Samuel? Any leaks from Samuel? He said raid dens are back, but that's not true. Did someone comment that that's not true? No one's commented that it's not true. How is no one commenting on his post saying that's not true? How could you make a post that says raid dens are back when they're like still 8 times nerfed? For like anyone who did more than like 50 all combat. Let's see, do we dare check the Reddit? High level problem. The impossible character. A 20 fishing party with like every single person who has 200 fishing. I mean 500, I mean. Someone wondering where the new enchantress is. That's funny. Actually, I had someone ask me in game 2 the other day. I think it was last night or this morning. I think it was Darwood. Yeah, they couldn't find where the new enchantress was. But yeah, for any of you that don't know, the enchantress is the one that used to be in chapter 1 that you need for the Lost and Found quest. She's right over gosh, the menu goes away. She's right over right at the normal first mines teleport. So you go over here to get to your teleport, and then she's like right there. Go straight to the north there. It's a little bit hard to see because it's only a 1-tile door frame. Like a lot of other door frames that are in the area that are like 2-3 wide. But that's where you do all your infusioning. It's also where you do a lot of the Lost and Found quests now. It's actually kind of funny because I believe, what's that one channel called? Those 2 wisps. Pretty sure you guys know if you watch like a lot of Brighter Shores videos. But there's like some kind of 2 wisp channel. I forget the exact name. It's like 2 wisps. And they covered a Lost and Found video. Like, literally the day before Lost and Found got reworked. I wonder if they just didn't know or what. But they've been covering, like, a quest guide slowly for every quest in the game. And they covered the Lost and Found one literally the day before Lost and Found quest got completely changed. Originally, I thought they were waiting until after the change, but they literally posted it, like, hours before the change. Like, an entire day beforehand. If they only would have waited, like, 1 or 2 more days. Because I don't think there's a single quest guide currently on YouTube that shows how to do Lost and Found under a new format. There's actually 0 guides currently for it. Because the most recent one someone covered was the old version, not the new version. And I can't do it either because I already done it on all 3 accounts. Before the update hit. Also, hello Reptile! Welcome, welcome. You grind out to 131 Alk for Lost and Found the day before the rework. Oh no! Yeah, they end up changing the item you need for it. Yeah, they end up changing it to the slime. Which actually is pretty easy to get now. It does require partial completion of Matubin's Legacy, which is something that originally was not required. However, all you have to do is do the little cart puzzle and then go kill a slime and you're good to go. And kill like 3 to 5 slimes until you get the drop. Or 1 to 5, depending on RNG. But yeah, they made it a lot easier to complete now. As I don't even think you need 59 Mindfighter anymore. Well, obviously, because there's no Mindfighter skill. But, yeah, it no longer has a combat component attached to it, like it did before. The only requirement is partial completion of Metubin's Legacy. And by partial completion, I mean literally all you have to do is get the key, go do the cart puzzle, kill a slime, and you're good to go. Instead of get 59 attack, I mean 59 Mind Fighter. Which took way longer. But hey, at least you'll need that 131 Alchemy. Alchemy's really good to have. One thing I really wished I would have done earlier was do Alchemy for all the 7% potions. They help you so much. Particularly for knowledge points. Getting 2% extra for every knowledge point adds up to be a lot over time. Though it's kind of sad, I'm almost out of forest extra potions. I think I only have like 80 left. I didn't bring my whole stack with me here. Like the stack only says 19, but I believe in total, counting everything here and banked, I only have roughly 80 left. And we're really far away from being able to get to 8%. Alchemy-wise. I think we need like 160 more levels or something. We're so far. We'll get there eventually, though. The biggest issue is how high of a forager level you need for it. If you were to gather one supply, then buy the other, even in that circumstance, you would need level 393 gather, I believe it was. Yeah, you need 361 if you want to buy the hailberries. Or 409 if you don't want to spend like 25 silver per potion. Yeah, alchemy is definitely worth it in the long run. One thing that's a little bit annoying on my alt accounts though is I wasted a lot of time doing the AFK activity for it, where I could have just waited. As that was one really big downside to doing all my 2 alts. Is we lost a lot of value from the AFK activity. If you were training it manually, you wouldn't have lost any value, because the EXP rate would have been fine. But when doing it through the passive, we lost a lot of value from getting 59 Mind Fighter. That could have been a solid, like, 30 levels into Stonemason or Bonerite. Oddly enough, the merchant requirement, or the merchant AFK requirement for, what's it called, is still skippable though. The Battle of Fortune Hold. Given that that's not associated with combat and is still associated to merchant, you can actually skip needing the AFK for 8 olives still. With the corresponding alchemy level. I forget what level you need, is whatever the 5% Chronopolis potion is. The AFK one. What level do you unlock it? 6%, yeah, at 92. Level 92 alchemy lets you still skip the 8-hour AFK grind that you have to do for Fortune Hold. So you can't skip it with alchemy anymore for Lost and Found, but you can still do it for Fortune Hold. As at 92, you could just buy the olives outright, which saves you 8 hours of AFK time that you could spend on something actually useful. Because there's not a single situation where that's good to do. Because the quest requires 55 merchant, but the activity you have to do to get the olives is like a level 20-something merchant. Like is this level right here. Like you need 55 for the quest, but the actual activity where you get the olive is a 31 activity. Which means it's always horrible to do. So having the preemptive alchemy level is really good for that quest. I didn't when I end up doing it, but it's definitely advised. You basically have to waste one whole night of AFK time. Getting almost no XP the entire time just to go do the quest. Whereas with 94 alchemy, you can just get it instantly. It does cost you a little bit, but I think it's only like 100 silver, so it's not that bad. Oh yeah, that's something I never bothered double checking. I don't believe it does. But I haven't checked to see if the rake works on ancient coin or not. I wouldn't do it even if it did. But I haven't actually checked. I know it works on all the bone AFKs, but there's like so few of them. I have yet to check to see if it works on a coin or not, though. I believe it doesn't. But in the back of my head, I'm just hoping it does. I'm not sure if I would ever utilize it, but it'd be nice if it did. Because I believe it's gathered at the same spot where you get the ribs, where you use the rake. But because it's not a bone, I think they forgot to put it into the drop table. I need to go double check it again later. Because at 216 gather, I will check. Because the way that we could check is when we get this rake upgrade. Because at 221 we'll have 5% extra. So what I'm going to do at 221 gather is do the 216 AFK for 1 XP drop. See what we get. Then buy the rake and try it again. And then we'll know if it works or not. Also, thank you, Reptile. Yeah, we've been trying to keep up a pretty consistent schedule. I couldn't yesterday because we got sick. But aside from yesterday where we got sick and a few days when the floor was being redone from past hurricane damage, we've been pretty consistent around noon every single day. The time of our stream, duration-wise, have been wavering, though. Mostly because I've been trying to do slightly shorter streams. But I don't know, maybe we should re-pull that again as far as, like, time frame for streams and everything. I'll probably still keep doing them around noon like we have been, though. Generally, but as far as duration. Because I'm not sure if people prefer just a more focused few hours. Where we try doing a bit more diversity. Or doing, like, big power grind streams where we go for, like, 10+ hours or something. Because obviously initially we were doing like, you know, 12 hours every day. These days we've been doing anywhere from like 3 to 9-ish. I've still been playing the whole time, it's just I've been streaming less of it. For example, today's stream and what I'm doing today, grinding-wise, is going to be the same thing this entire time. Also, thank you, Yusef, for the 5 gifted. Greatly appreciated. Also, Yusef, I'm not sure if you saw me this morning, but I saw you at the stonemason thing. You were making the little material at the bench. The one that requires the other material. Not sure if you saw me, but I was emoting behind you. I was going to say hi, but I wanted to see if you would see it just off of emotes. Yeah, I saw you this morning. Because I was just getting done waking up from the stonemason XP. Or, you know, the other activity. And saw you there. But thank you. Greatly appreciated. Hey, Reptile actually ended up getting it as well. Nice. Yeah, the big hello. The OG hello from ages back. No worries, Yusuf. I figured you were AFK given that you were doing the AFK activity. Honestly, we might just go all the way on this grind today. I think we might just go all the way. All the way being 208 woodcutting. As that allows us to start doing hickory. And obviously, if we want to expedite at any point, we can move to pines if I get like really hungry. I think we're going to keep streaming until we get 208 woodcutter. Which seems like it'd be quick, but I'm going to be doing it off of only 5 yew trees every inventory. So it's not that quick. But if I do get hungry later, we'll just power grind it through woodcutting. Like, you know, actual woodcutting. But for now, we'll keep doing the gatherer focus. Because the main thing we're here for, of course, is trying to get to 224 gather. That's going to be tomorrow's goal. Today's goal is 208 woodcutting, so we can finally do hickory. Because I do need some amount of hickory supplies in my bank. But tomorrow's goal is going to be 214 gather. I mean, 224 gather, I mean. We'll also go test the rake thing I was talking about earlier with the coin. Because I believe visually it kind of looks like you're using a rake. But last I recall checking the wiki, it says it doesn't work on it, so I want to go reconfirm to see if it does. Because I believe everything else that you do at that location, rake does work on, but for whatever reason, it seems like the coin doesn't, based on the wiki. But I haven't actually tested myself, so I want to check. We can check it at level 221 gatherer tomorrow. So hello, Isabel again! Welcome, welcome. And as Isabel mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like on the video. Helps out a lot and it's greatly appreciated. Or I mean the stream. Well, I guess if you're looking at it after the fact is the video. There's one nice thing about YouTube too. All the VODs are like automatically on the channel. That's one thing that was really annoying when we were doing Twitch for like about a month. Is we kept bringing the videos over. Whereas on YouTube, it just automatically saves them forever. Is that so annoying that you do something on Twitch and then like 2 weeks later it's deleted forever? Or a month later or whatever their time frame is these days. Did I say hello earlier? I don't remember. But hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. I forget if I said hello earlier or not. Because I think you said hello before the stream started. How am I feeling? I'm feeling quite a bit better compared to yesterday, thank you. Yeah, it definitely felt like one of those things that was only going to last a day. And that's all it did. It was just a little bit of a temperature and a bad stomach. It was probably just from something I ate. It's all good now. You bet it was a salad? No, I'm trying to think of what it was. Because it's weird, because I had the same thing again. And it didn't do it the other time, so I'm not sure. There we go, 214 gather. 10 to go. That's gonna be tomorrow's goal. And then honestly, after 224 gather and 208, technically 210-ish woodcutting, because we'll probably actually gather a couple of them. But after those two things, I don't know, maybe we do go to the Fisher Pivot. I'm not sure yet. There's so many levels I need, and I'm just not sure what order I want to get them all in. I think the main thing that will really determine it is what is this first quest that's going to be coming out that they've been teasing for months now. Because it's been in development since like December. It's been done for like weeks now. The only reason they didn't roll it out is they were waiting for the combat rework. Like the first wave of the combat rework. Which of course this will be the first quest that's ever released under the new system. As well as just the first new quest in general. As every other quest came at launch day. Or beta launch day, whatever you want to call it. As we could be getting any day now. Could be as early as tomorrow, could be as late as like a week from now. I highly doubt it would be any longer than that, given that's already done. I just realized this place is called Narrow Path and then the other one's called Thin Trail. Just gonna get a whole thesaurus out for alternative words they could use to say the same thing. Where am I going? I keep doing that, thinking that we're already a full inventory. There was something else I was thinking too, like, how do we bank the U-logs? But honestly, just not worth trying to route. The main reason it's not worth it is ignoring potion is already a perfect cycle of 888. If it wasn't for that, you probably would try routing them in. Like if you only got 6 leaks at a time instead of 8, it probably would be viable to bank some amount of U-logs. But given that it comes out exactly to 888, it is unfortunately not worth banking them. I guess the only real exception would be if you were at like tier 6 woodcutting by this point. Or even tier 5 at 315 or whatever it was. But tier 4 and below is not worth banking over the current leak we're doing. Also, our Minds of Matubin rank, I didn't even notice that. It actually went up. That's kind of funny. It went up from the combat merge. Because some people had like 500 combat there or something. Or like really high mind fighter. While having like 200 all everything. But had like 400 or 500 mind fighter. Also, Unbe's still, even though he hasn't been playing as much, he's actually still at like that 21 mark. Interesting. I don't mind Matubin. We're coming for you soon. We've got a billion grinds we got to do beforehand, but we're coming for you. We'll be there eventually. There's one thing I do have to say. I wish there was an option to be able to see your skills with both the passive and the active together. Because now whenever you want to check everything, you actually have to check 3 different tabs every time. Like, oh, when's my next pickaxe upgrade? Well, we can see it's right over here. And then it's like, oh, when's our next passive relative to our mining level? We gotta click all the way over here. Like, there are some situations where it's more convenient, but there's a lot where you basically have to check 3 menus just to see what you can actually do. Whereas before it was all in one mega menu. Because I feel like it's really easy to forget about something. Particularly like a tool upgrade, particularly in early game. Because when you go click on, let's say, like the woodcutting menu, it's like, you know, you don't see any upgrades here. You'd have to click over here and be like, oh yeah, there's all my upgrades. Like, yeah, you do see them when you level up and everything on, like, the upcoming card and everything. But you don't see it in, like, the main initial click. They're kind of hidden in, like, a sub-menu now. I do have to say, those combat capes do look pretty clean. I haven't seen anyone in higher than gold, though. Although, in all fairness, there's only 2 people that have the full platinum one. We did find the person on day 1, though, who was getting 2,000 combat. They actually mentioned they weren't getting it first because they were letting the other person get it. But they were actually done first, even though they took second. But yeah, we saw Psychotic the other day. Like, literally the day of the update. But they were technically the first person to have 2,000 combat. But they waited for the other person to get first instead. But as far as actually getting there first, they were the first to get there, even though it's the second. I'm pretty sure the reason they did that is because they're going to race once 2,500 comes out. You'd like to have an option to toggle the menu between separate and combined? Yeah, it would be nice. There's a lot of small things there. I feel like the biggest complaint people normally have is being able to see your EXP. It is really hard to tell. But there's quite a few things with the new menu that's not as intuitive as before. Like, they basically separated everything. And for some things that work, so it's not information overload, but for some things it's kind of bad. Because when you actually want all that information, you now have to click like a billion times to find it all. Whereas before, you just went to the menu and got there in like 3 seconds. Not even. Another thing that happens too, which is both beneficial but also kind of annoying, is it always brings you to your current activity. So before, it always brings you to the top. But now it brings you to your active number. Like right here, it brings us all the way to the end. If I click over here, it brings us all the way to the end. If I click over here, it brings us all the way to the end. It doesn't start you from the top anymore. Oh, I just got 6 hour logged. Wait, how's that possible? Oh, I guess it logged in when I woke up this morning. I was gonna say, we definitely haven't been streaming for 6 hours yet. I know that for sure. There's no way that much time went by that quick. It's only been 3.5 hours. Yeah, it's just because I started them up when I woke up. Now we're at about 1 million woodcutting ink speed to go. Despite every woodcutting method we could do right now being over 1 million an hour. But when you multi-skill it, it goes so much slower. I didn't calculate out the woodcutting XP per hour from doing what we're doing right now, though. I know the woodcutting XP per trip Just not sure how many trips we're doing per hour. I never paid much attention to it, though it does make sense. The soul actually goes deeper every single time you cut. I'm not sure how I just noticed that now. Like, obviously that makes sense, that's how saws work. But I didn't realize the animation worked that way. Only thing missing is the tree falling down animation. Yeah, speaking of animations, though, I really hope they do special attack animations well. I'm almost more concerned about that than the balance of them. Mostly because whatever the first wave of special attacks are the special attacks we're going to have for a very, very, very long time. And probably going to be like the main core of special attacks for at least the next year, if not multiple years. Because even if they add more special attack weapons, it could be at a slow enough pace where, like, it's not going to completely replace what will be there initially. Like, even to this day, and if you compare it to, like, old school RuneScape, some special attacks in the first wave of special attack weapons are literally still used to this day. Like, if you take into account the dragon category of special attacks. Like, of them, I think, like, 4 of them are still used to this day. Despite most of them being, like, over 20 years old. And unlike in Brighter Shores, they don't even scale. Like, Brighter Shores special attack weapons are kind of interesting because you can scale them to max level. So you're not capped by some kind of arbitrary number. Which is one of the reasons why it's even more important that special attacks are actually good. Both visually and effect-wise. Because they scale all the way to 2,500. Potentially even more in the future with enhancements or whatever else they do to gear. It's not like you get a spec weapon that's stuck at like level 500 or something forever, or 1,000 or some other number. Maybe quest items might be like that in the future. But even those, I wouldn't be surprised if you can craft up to a higher level. That's something we still don't have yet. The few quest weapons we have gotten from quests are just static numbers. They did even get upscaled with the new merging system. So I'm curious if they ever do add real unique gear to quests, if it's going to be a static number. or if it would actually be enhanceable higher through any means. Because so far, every single item drop is static. The training sword that you get at level 0 is static. The level 10 one that you get at, from doing the reworked, what's it called, quest? The obelisk. Even though how obelisk works change, you still get a level 10 weapon for it. The level 30 from Lost Shipment is still static. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that in the future. I assume they will let you rescale it or something. Because that'd be really weird if you got like an actual unique from a quest, but it's like, oh, it's only level 500. Sorry if you're above that level, you're never going to be using it ever. Like, it makes sense for the instances that do exist because it just helps fill out early game with some gear. But I do hope when we get our first, like, actual real unique from a quest, gear-wise, that it is scalable. Because if not, there's going to be a very small window where that thing will be viable. I don't think any of these upcoming 2 quests would do something like that, though. But it is rather curious that they already had the quest completed and need to wait until after the update. As there might be a mechanic in it that's like that, then. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Because the next quest coming to the game has been done for weeks now. Which likely means there's some kind of aspect about it that they wanted after the combat rework. Or maybe just a test as the first new quest after the combat rework, who knows. But it could also have been because they needed a mechanic that was in it that wasn't originally there. Because one thing that would be really funny is imagine if every quest item you ever get from a quest in this game scale to your current combat level. Like, it would be as strong as like a 2.5 star or something, but it like scales to your level. That would actually be really interesting. Like a quest item that's around a 2.5 star in power, but it pretty much auto scales to your level. So it would give you a good baseline of quest gear going forward. Where if you had like absolutely no drops to quest gear, could be your best in slot. Like, it would never be the strongest thing you'd use, but it would be a way to offset bad RNG. Because I keep feeling like I'm going to run out of potions because I see the stack is so low. But with how we're using knowledge, 17 will last us for like 8 hours. So that's not going to run out anytime soon. It feels like it is because it's almost a single digit number, but even if it was 8, that would still last for like 4 hours. At least with how we're using them right now. And we gotta be sparing with them because we're almost out. We're down to like 80, 70 of them. Obviously not all in that stack, but we're running really, really low. And we're really far away from being able to use alchemy or anything with it. Which means our Hope Forest grind is almost done. Unless we want to start using only 5% or start boosting into like Mines of Batubin or something. I just realized, if they were to make quest gear auto-scale to your level, it would probably have to be about as strong as a 1 or 1.5 star. Because yeah, if it was strong as a 2 or 2.5, that could be a little bit too powerful. But a 1 or 1.5 star scaling on them, like, you know, around that much power, would kind of work. These would still be better than 1 star gear, but wouldn't be so broken that it would kill out upgrading your gear. Especially if they ever add unique special attacks to them down the line. In regard to weapons instead of just armor. And I will have to wait and see. I'm just really curious how they're going to handle quest gear in the future. Like, not counting the few drops that they have right now, but like actual unique drops. Because everything right now are stuff you can already earn in the game. It just guarantee gives you one to give you some early game gear. But none of them actually give you a unique quest item. Up, we're in sync. We're pretty close to it. So if any of you are wondering how we're banking slightly quicker there, I don't always do it. Normally if I'm on PC, I do. Actually, I did hotkey the key on Steam Deck as well to make it a little bit easier. But if you click the escape key while you're in the menu, you can get out of the menu quicker than if you try X-outing or moving out of it. It saves like 1 tick or 2. It's not a lot, but if you're banking a lot, it adds up over time. I only sometimes do it, though. Because on keyboard, it's kind of annoying unless you have, like, a hotkey on your mouse to go do it or something. Oh gosh, I almost just yawned. You know why? My sleep schedule from when I was sick yesterday was like completely obliterated. So the sleep I've gotten the last 2 days have been so horrible. I also didn't drink any caffeine yet today. We're trying to stay away from it again. Though the amount I was drinking earlier was like really, really low. I have to say, this gameplay loop is really chill. Though it would be funny if you were synced up with someone to be able to do the co-op tree. It's not worth it on this tier, though. Post 200 it probably would be. At this level range, it's too much effort to bother. And by post 200, I mean a post 200 tree. It's only a 178. I think 315 is the first one where it's kind of viable to do it. 310. And if you really wanted to try hard for your final 10 levels. There's only like one U tree particularly worth doing. The 310 U tree. At least from an EXP perspective. The 490 one's good too, but you know, you only do it for 10 levels. It's very rare. Arena has a really short duration. Which I didn't even think about that. We're gonna definitely need to make sure not to dump any knowledge into that skill when doing that final push. Because we'd want as many tier 6s as possible before we stop getting XP. Like, yeah, you could just gather more after, but this is gonna last you a while, those U-poles. Especially after we see how good they are after special attack weapons. As they seem to be poised to be the main DPS spec weapon, potentially for every class. Or at least one of them. Because Hammer Mage has it for yellow, Cryo Knight has it for Necromay, and Guardian has it for Pyromay. Yep, how many more trees is that? Let's see. That is 250 more trees to go, roughly. Slightly less. Because this stream are measuring everything based on tree. Though if I do get hungry in the next hour or two, we'll just go do some direct woodcutting so we get that level. This stream is not ending without 208 woodcutting. So we can finally go do some amount of, what's it called later tonight? Hickory. Or probably end by doing one inventory hickory just to see what the gameplay loop is like. Probably not going to be streaming any as far as the grind tomorrow because I kind of want to finish the gatherer grind. Is it worth it to do the 5% mining potions for flint? Depends on your level range. You mentioned 3 through 3. Yeah, there's downtime to drink it. Every single rock is worth doing it on. Because there's downtime in every rock in the game. Even Basalt Flint has some amount of downtime where you can sneak a potion in. You're 230 at the moment? Yeah, it would still be worth doing. Though 230 iron is better. Or non-banking carbonies. But if you want to bank something, iron is better EXP. Unless you only want stonemason EXP. In which case you should be doing Basalt Flint. Like, do one set of Basalt. Then use a potion after in the downtime. Then do 2 more sets of Basalt. And then after you do those 2 sets of Basalt, start running to grab the inventory of Flint and then bank it all. So you would use the potion after your first set of Basalt. Wait, you're getting 400 per shield? Are you sure? Because that sounds like a major oversight if so. Because you should only be getting like 40, 50 silver? Somewhere around there? Maybe a little bit higher than that. You shouldn't be 400, oh gosh. Did I forget to do a number correctly somewheres? Are you sure your crafted ones are that high? Are you talking about enemy drops or crafted? Because if so, I need to go check that. Because our Minds of Matubin pivot's about to hit so hard if that's a thing right now. If they forgot to adjust the number for shields for some reason. Stonemason shield crafting? Interesting. I can go try it after our next dump into EXP. I might just do it after this inventory. Because if that's a thing, gosh, we gotta go do it now. If we forgot to apply it to shield. I kinda want to check it for smithing too and see if they apply to that shield. I'll try it with smithing first and see if it works, and if it doesn't for that, we'll try the exact stonemason shield you're talking about. Actually, I might go do it now. Because I'm really curious about this now. I'll just go grab my cooking contract so we can go bank these without going out of our way. Yeah, I'm kind of curious because I never had to bothered making a shield in any of the betas. It was always just weapon. So it'd be kind of funny if they forgot about them with the scaling. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Compared to how much they've been nerfed. Because they're worse now than they were before crafting. It's sturdy flint, not fine. Well, I'll try with a couple things first. I do have some in my bank, so we can check out the exact one. Sturdy's what, tier 3? I should have some tier 3 flint in there. I just want to test it with smithing shield first. If that doesn't work, we'll try your tier 3 flint. And if that does work, we'll try tier 4 flint. Alright, this should only be worth like 12 silver. It should ideally be worth more than that, but the number that should come out is about 12 silver from this. If it's more than that, then time to go make a billion shields. What? They forgot how numbers work. Why is this worth 1.8 silver? What is crafting right now? How much have they nerfed crafting? Anyways, let's see how bad they did the other number. Alright, let me go try, Alright, let me go try the other flint. For the other number. They really gotta reconfigure these numbers because there is something wrong happening in a lot of them. Alright, where's sturdy flint? Are you sturdy flint? This is average flint. This is fine flint. This is sturdy flint. Alright, let's see what this number is. This number, if working correctly, should be about 11 silver. If this is anything 20 or above, this is absurd. Yeah, it's only one. Wait, what? I'm even more confused now. I thought what you said 1 stars were like way higher. But yeah, everything's like that though, not just shields. But wait, I want to go check something. Because before this weapon was around 12-ish. Let's see what it is now. I'm so confused. Why are shields so much worse? Because my 1-star weapon was like 12 silver earlier. Are you also 1 now? I'm so confused. What do they do to crafting? Because if this comes out as a 1 silver weapon, I am so confused right now. Because literally, like, yesterday or 2 days ago, this was like 12 silver. What did they do to crafting? How is this 1 silver? But this is 10? And why are both of these lower than what you would have gotten before the patch? I'm so confused. Because it's way worse than it was before the update. Like, way worse. Even that 10 silver one before the update would have been about 12 to 13. Because with the rarity curve, even if the higher one is selling for 400 silver, like the 3-star for some reason, that's not a lot given how many you would get per hour. Because it's like a 1 in 30 at best. Might be slightly rarer than that, but let's give it the benefit of doubt and say it's about 1 in 30. Each one takes 30 seconds. So 1 in 30 is, what is that then? 15 minutes. So yeah, it'd still be worse than Leatherworker. Plus you need the supplies and everything. It'd be worse than Leatherworker at our level range. Well, assuming I could get 3 more merchant levels to go get back to the leather that we were at. But I don't know, would that come out to be a little bit better than before? I'm not sure. If the high rarity sell a little bit better. I'm pretty sure it's still way worse than before. Because before, I know exactly how much we were making from iron, for example. We were making 1.3 gold an hour. So if we did it for an hour and tested it, I guess we could kind of check. But before, doing something like the weapon was 1.3 gold an hour. And I feel like if I did the same thing in the current system, it'd be like 1 gold an hour, maybe 1.1. It's hard to tell though because one RNG drop can kind of sway it in one way or another. If you get like really lucky, like back-to-back 3-star or something. But we'll mess with it more later when we go back to Mines Matubin. Because I'll likely still be processing some of Mal's stuff. Because even though I did test it during the beta, they've changed it like 2 times since then. Maybe even 3 times. So I haven't really extensively tested it since whatever on Earth the live version is. But we will at some point. I just find it really weird that a shield is worth so much less at the lower rarity range. Like 10 times less than compared to the weapon. Oh, wait, not 10 times. More like 6 times less. While also requiring 1 more material. I don't think there's a use for over a 333 stonemason right now. Well, technically all of them go to 400 right now, as far as usefulness. And I extend to 500 once Stonewall Hill comes out. Because when special attacks come out, you're going to need up to that to make 4-star special attack weapons for every level range currently in the game. As 400 all does that now, and 500 all does that for Stonewall Hill. Though, of course, first they have to actually add it to the game. Because currently they don't exist. The weapons themselves exist, but the, you know, the actual feature attached to them is not in there yet. Oh yeah, you know what else was really surprising? I'm not sure if I showed my bank earlier. After all the pines that I did from about 200 to 207, or I guess technically 200, so from like 200 to 207, we ended up getting like 1,700. I was actually surprised it was such a big number. Even after having processed them, there's as high as 1,700 in there at one time. I was not expecting that to be so high. We still finished them all yesterday, though, or particularly this morning. But the number was way higher than I thought it would be. Because it's something I haven't really calculated out. Like the approximate number of logs we'll have by 500. Because, of course, every single one of them has to be processed through carpentry. Either to be sold or banked. But every last one of them will get carpentered. Trying to check our log count. Let's see, 225 is about how many more we need. But I'm still surprised that we're getting over a gather level per hour. I always thought this would be slightly lower than that, but I guess that's the power of just dumping all your knowledge into one skill. I guess that does do that sometimes, doesn't it? I'm trying to knowledge pass all the slower ones. We don't get good EXP again till 248, and even then we gotta go like a mile for a bank. The really, really good spot is until 264 and 280 again. 264 due to its woodcutting synergy, and 280 because it's actually good in like every possible parameter. For banking bone rate XP, for banking gather XP, for how close it is. And it uses the tool upgrade, so we even get tool % on it. But yeah, I'm slightly tempted to keep streaming the entire time then. I think we might go for it. It's not that far away. If we really had to all the way at the end and we get desperate at like 100 trees remaining, we could just go do pines for like 15 minutes and be done. Or however long it takes to get a level from there. And then we're gonna bother getting Fear Potion. I didn't realize. Malzies's gather level is higher than this, even though they're dumping into something else. Which means they've been doing a lot more of these then. Because we're lower level and we've been dumping it into gather. Whereas I don't think they've done any knowledge into gather. Because I keep seeing the Mind of a Tubin potion. Which likely means, let's see, can we figure out which one it is? Yes, Stonemason. That would be a stonemason dump. I didn't realize their woodcutting level was way lower though. They weren't kidding when they said they got level 200 off of that. This is literally the only woodcutting speed that's come in recently. I never noticed that on the mini-map. It's all dark where, that little bottom area is. I always thought initially that was like the river going by, but no, that's actually just the ground. Oh, we're almost officially at the 200 log mark. As far as logs remaining, not logs total. Oh, we can somewhat see how many we're doing per hour. I mean, per 10 minutes. Because I got a stack of 12. I didn't think about that. So we got a stack of 12. Which means, what does that mean? That means 12 every 10 minutes, about 60 every hour. Roughly. No, I did math wrong. It's about 72 every hour. Because you're doing it 6 times. Roughly, give or take a little bit. Which, if that's the case, we only have to do this for about 3 more hours then. Roughly. Well, let's get to it. Slightly less than 3 more hours of this. Will get us 208 woodcutting and who knows what gatherer level, something. Something bigger than current number. It won't be the end goal that we need, but it'll be pretty close to it. But yeah, that's slightly less than 3 hours based on the fine U log stack. That's an indicator of time. It's not too bad. That means around 8 o'clock my time, we should be done. Then we'll grab dinner after. That seems like a reasonable amount of time to farm. I was expected to be a lot longer today. Like if we went all day, it wouldn't be enough. But no, that's actually gonna be enough. 3 hours more. Pretty much on the dot. If our U-log hourglass is working correctly. I was gonna say off stream, maybe I'll do some AFK cooking, but I forgot. We actually can't because we don't have stews yet. And doing the pies are very non-AFK. The most AFK part is banking them. Yep, come on, gather level. You're almost there. Should be able to finish that inventory for a level. Which is great because that'll be before we need to use our knowledge. Oh, one more level, we get an AFK activity if we wanted to. But I mentioned earlier, I wanted to test out AFK activity with the rake that we get at 221. I'm not actually going to be farming it, but I want to see if the rake works on it or not. Unless I checked according to the wiki, it doesn't. But the easiest way to check is do it once before we do the rake upgrade and do it again after the rake upgrade. And that will determine if it does or doesn't. Because the pit that you do it at, I feel like everything else there does get boosted by it, so it'd be kind of weird if the coin doesn't. Maybe it's an oversight. But, yeah, last I checked the wiki, it could have changed by now, though. I don't believe it works on it. But I've never actually tested it in-game to see the difference. We're not going to need to utilize it, but I'm just curious for future reference. See if they're actually going to fix that as a bug, or if that even is a bug. It seems like it only works on the bones. even though the other activity seems to use a rake. That's not a bone, so I guess they didn't include it. Yeah, there's something else I didn't put into consideration too. When accounting for how many logs we have to do, I did not account for any 7% pots influencing the number. Not like we're going to be drinking that many. Because within that time frame, we're probably drinking like 6 more at most. Maybe 7. The other thing the math doesn't put into account is I count them as 4,000. Even though the XP drop is like 4,038 or whatever it is. With no potion active. Oh, so for stuff like this, I still can't justify a 5%. There's definitely something we have to test after a equipable potion comes out. Because it still seems like they're barely worth it. Even when you can equip them. At least for something that has an infinite loop. Obviously, if there's any downtime in a skilling activity, it would be. Like, if we had auto-equipable, I would only do 1 tree and then drink a 5%. It'd be less woodcutting XP, but it would be more gather XP. Alright, let me double check here, since the first tree, since I was mentioning it. How much is this XP drop? Because always keep your calculated amount as 4,000, but they're slightly higher. Oh yeah, they're technically 4,100. 4,096. So like every 41 that we do of them is like an extra one compared to how we normally calculate it. That's pretty trivial though. But it's one of the reasons why it probably feels slightly quicker. Is every time I keep doing math, I'm calculating as if it's 4,000 rather than 4,100. Just because it's easier that way. But it doesn't mean we're not compensating for like 1/42nd of it. Of the EXP drop. The other thing I haven't been accounting for is I've actually been double treeing every cycle now. Before, on this cycle, I would only go for one tree, but there's still some downtime, so I still double tree it. So we're actually getting 6 trees per inventory rather than 5. Most because it's easier to keep looping that way. It's just getting awkward having to do a slightly different loop every, like, 4th time. I didn't even realize you're over 1,000 combat as well, my OZS. Lucky. Raid Den getting nerfed into the ground. I really hope they fix Raid Den soon. I miss them. What are we supposed to AFK now? Oh, I wonder if they're 490 woodcutting. I just now realized what tree they're doing. As I saw the 500 carp keep earlier, and I didn't think about it. I wonder if they're doing woodcutting right now for money making. Because let's say hypothetically they're 500 woodcutting, and we already know they're 500 carpentry. I wonder if they're trying to make money from something. Because this must actually be pretty good profit per hour. Not as good as leatherworker. But given that they're free to play, that might actually be some pretty good free to play money. Cutting yew trees and then carpenter in them and then selling them. Gosh, I remember when I was a kid chopping down yew trees and free to play in the old school or OG RuneScape. I was at old school, but you know, it was just called RuneScape back then. But there used to be a moneymaker method in free to play. It's kind of funny that's also a money making method in this free to play. Except you'd have to multi-step it in this game. Because you wouldn't just sell the U logs. You would have to go and carpenter the U logs into poles, and then sell the poles. But honestly, that probably makes a lot per hour. Because the most you would ever make from combat and free-to-play is level 1000. Which is probably still good money. But doing U-poles and then selling them, honestly, is probably like 2-3 gold an hour. Which is probably more consistently more than doing combat at 1000. Trying to think what else in free-to-play could make more money than that. But it might just be the highest method. Though it would require 490 woodcutting and 490 carpenter. Which, good luck. But some people do have it. And they might as well. Unless they're just trying to get 500 woodcutting right now. I wish that was a feature. I don't think it is. When you go to nearby player, I don't think you can click and check. No. I wish that was a button option here. There's nowhere to check on leaderboard for someone in the same room as you. Oh yeah, the holiday hat thing. That reminds me. When's Easter? Don't we have an Easter event coming up soon? Because that's something they're probably going to do before Chapter 5 comes out. I mean, before the combat rework comes out, I mean. Because that should be in like another 2 weeks or so. Give or take a little. Because obviously they start it before Easter. I'm not going to do it like the day of Easter. Hopefully it'll give us some advance for when the event will end. Because I'm so glad I did that on like New Year's Eve. Because they stopped the event on like January 2nd. Because they said they would end it like in January. So just in case that was January 1st, I like power grinded it like the day before. But they actually did do it pretty close to that. They ended it on January 2nd. Like I finished it with like 2 days to spare. On the 2 alt accounts, of course. Obviously the main account had it done on day 1. I just realized, is that the guy still been here this whole time as well? Trying to get his production levels up for Chapter 3. Pretty much the same reason we're here. Though honestly, I'm doing this almost more so to train Gatherer. But it does have some byproduct that does feed into Chapter 3, of course. Not as much as something like mining does, but you know, it still does. Like woodcutting carpenter feeds into it more directly, miner feeds into it more directly. But Gather still does ultimately help you with chapter 3. Just less so than every other skill that does. And Delver probably the least so, even though it does feed into it. Oh, so wait, I just realized, is he doing yew tree only? Guess he's getting woodcutting up. It's not realized he's doing wood, yew trees, not leeks. I always just notice this Leek Road, but I keep forgetting that you can technically do woodcutting here too. This is also where you would do yew trees, of course. There's always noticed place as the gathering location. But oddly enough, woodcutting does use this for further. Woodcutting uses location all the way to level 490 woodcutting. Whereas you only need this location for gather up to 320. There's the final leaks at 320. And you would stop ever grabbing that leak after 336. Also, hey, we were joking about it the other week. But hey, we're making progress on 250 all. Because you're already going to need to get Merchant to 353 or 253 to go do the next brick, or, you know, when the brick venture. The other worker just off our next hide goes all the way to like 240. Production is slowly getting up in chapter 3 and would all be 250 by some point, eventually. Of course, right now we're working on gather woodcutting, but eventually, which also feeds into carpentry for those. The only ones really far behind, and the ones that are definitely not happening, and the whole reason why we're not actually doing 250 all, Forager. Forager's the biggest reason. Forager and Fisher. Fisher because it's going to be done almost entirely with ventures at a certain point. And Forager because, honestly, after I get 209 and get some of the supplies to go make about 1,500 10% pots, I'm not sure we touch Forager again for, like, ever. Like, unless the monument reward is insane and the monument pieces aren't tradable for some reason or something. But otherwise, I don't really see a reason to go above about 215 Forager. But any levels we do get, either being passively for free from doing active fishing, or from getting about 1,500 10% pots. Which is mostly just to convert everything we got from foraging up to that point. But beyond that, I don't really foresee myself getting all the plus 70 material. It just doesn't seem worth it. A lot of it's very far from a bank. The potion itself is pretty underwhelming in the current state of game. And even if it was to ever be good, you make a stronger version from Hope Forest Gatherer. Which is also, whenever I'm referring to this number over here, is what we're actually referring to. The Red Clover plus Thistle is our best in slot Cryonate potion. For plus 80 instead of plus 70. You can only make half as many per hour, but they do get more XP per hour while making them. As well as slightly more knowledge per hour while making them. Even though you make half as many per hour. But they're still stronger. So whenever you care about, like, true bossing efficiency, you would be using those instead. We're gonna need a lot of those, though. Because if you're using one per boss kill and you want the absolute best potion, let's say you can kill, I don't know, 30 of a boss per hour. Like, 3,000 would only last you, what, 100 hours? That is not a lot. That's actually a really small amount. Like, 100 hours of bossing is no time at all. You could do that in a week. Especially on a non-hardcore where you don't even need to worry about death. Like, there'd be nothing stopping us but the potions. The potion buff would be the biggest bottleneck. And then I guess technically good healing potions as well. But that's what player trading is for. I wonder how much they would go for. The material to make them right now is about 13 silver. So buying one for 15 isn't horrible. If they're 20 or more, they probably wouldn't be worth it, though. Because what are they? They're a 45% heal. You can buy a 30% heal for, like, 5 silver. Infinitely from the shop. So you're effectively paying 3 to 4 times the price for 10% more heal per heal. I don't know, is that worth it? Depends how much damage you're taking. Also, if you ever put into a situation where you have a limited number of heals, aka if you have to do a super long fight or a super long area where you can only use 20 total heals, rather than whatever you have in your inventory be able to re-equip. Because then a bigger hero would matter. Like if there's some kind of encounter that lasted like, I don't know, half an hour or an hour, and you only got a total of 20 heals that entire time, then you would definitely want them to be the better ones. But if you're in an activity where you can just keep re-equipping potions, aside from maybe like PvP or something, you could get away with the smaller heal pots. Oh, so why did I drop that on that? That is such an awkward spot to try to pick back up. We got it though. Oh yeah, how's our tree hourglass going right now? What is that log number? Minus 20. We have about 180 logs to go. At a rate of 70-ish, give or take a little bit per hour. AK about 2.7 hours. Somewhere around there. But you know what we might try doing tomorrow then? Is I think Jimmy as a bot is getting 500 alchemy finally. We might just train alchemy and finally clear out our bank. I've been meaning to do it for a while. And tomorrow seems like a good excuse to go do it. I'm not sure if we're going to clear all the bank. But there's about 7 or 8 hours of potions that I want to get done by the end of tomorrow. Some of which I might even do off stream today. But I might make tomorrow an alchemy day then. Just so we know what our actual level is. Because right now we have a lot of EXP banked, but we don't have it sourced yet. Or, you know, like, it's all good to go. I just need to go and actually, you know, do it. Like, it's ready to go. I just haven't cashed it in yet. And I want to know what our actual alchemy level is right now. When doing everything that's in our bank worth processing. There'll be one potion I won't have done, though, tomorrow. Because we don't have the forager level for it, and that's the 10% hope port. But everything else I want to get done other than the 10% hope ports, the 1,500 10% hope ports we need to do eventually. The biggest issue with that is rack, and I'd rather gather them rather than pay for them. I think paying for them is like 15 gold to go get them all, roughly. Which we do not have. We have 12.5. And even if we did have it, it'd be better to forge for it. It's kind of the whole reason for getting 209 Forager. There's also going to be an underlying reason as to why we're even going to be getting Fisher up. Aside from the 226 Venture, it's so we can actually start doing foraging fishing again. Which we don't get access to again until like level 235 or somewhere around there. As far as doing it properly. Like here we could do it, but it's not that good. We can't do it again until 235. And then we can start doing 3 cod, 3 kelp. I mean 3 cod, 3 rack, I mean. Which would also be decently AFK, which is great. I just realized, can you one-click the bank from there? I don't think you can. No, that's sad. You'd have to two-click the bank. I was hoping you could one-click all the way to the bank and AFK it that way. Oh, that's sad. But yeah, it's a two-click bank. That makes it slightly less AFK to cycle there, but it's fine. Because I'm pretty sure the cycle there is go rack, fish, 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 rack, rack. In that order. Because I'm pretty sure you can keep looping that. Because how the fish spawn works compared to the rack spawn. I believe it's rack, fish, fish, fish. Rack, rack, fish, fish, fish. Rack, fish, 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 and keep doing it that way. Where you keep doing triple fish, but do single and double racks in between. So you can keep using the double spawn. Because I'm pretty sure if you triple rack into triple fish, the racks would not have respawned by the time you go for them. But the fish respawn that even if you go for 1 rack, you would already be respawned on them. Also, I just now realized, I could have been dropping these 4 at a time. I've been doing this whole time, and I keep dropping them without needing to drop them. In the middle here, we actually only need to drop once, not twice. Oh no, we're about to over-encumber our knowledge. Oh no! That's fine. I just don't want to drink our 7% now because most of that time will be spent walking to the bank. So we got a way higher gather level by this point than I thought we would today. Like, way, way higher. Like, slightly more than 1 level per hour higher. I just now realized we can actually keep all the U-logs in our inventory until we do the final drop, couldn't we? I've been dropping them every single time this whole time. It was just mentioned the previous cycle that we could do a double. Oh yeah, I just now realizing we could do a triple. This whole time I've been dropping them every time. Oh, so I just now realized too, are we only getting 4 logs per? No, we're still doing another 2 at the end. Oh yeah, so I still would have to do a double, never mind. Or would I? But let's see where it is by the end. I don't think we do. Because that would only take up 7 out of our 8. We should still have enough inventory. Use 1's potion, 6 should be log. And then we just drop all log at once at the end. Instead of dropping them every time. Oh wait, is it only 4 logs per inventory this whole time? And not 6? Yeah, because I guess we don't do it on the one cycle. Never mind, because you're getting 8 at a time. Alright, that makes sense. That'd explain why the number seemed off earlier. Still holds true that we can still hold all of them in one inventory though. But yeah, it's only 4 per inventory. Because the final time we never grabbed the other 2. The amount of time that it takes total is still what we mentioned earlier though. Because that was based on EXP rate, not based on log rate. But we need about 150 something logs. Oh, is someone finally picking their class? We got a level 355 here about to pick their class, I think. Which just reminded me, have we even seen anyone pick their class yet today? Haven't been paying much attention to it. But I don't think we've seen a single player go from no class to class. That might be the first if they actually go in. Oh, wrong one. Oh no, where are all the new players at? We've been here for, what, 5 hours and seen 1 new player then? Could be that there's been more, I just haven't been paying attention though. Because I kind of forgot, this is the road that people do that on. There's been so few of them today that I didn't notice. Is this where all the new players go to choose their class at the early game? Oh, they're still standing there. Actually, they were here earlier, too. I know, is it a broken bot? They were standing randomly in the middle of this room earlier. On, like, that exact tile. It's funny because we mentioned they look like an NPC with how the uniform looks. Like one of those woodcutters in one of those other rooms. Up and I'm doing it again. I'm dropping a log every time. Oh no, I guess it doesn't matter that much. It wastes like 1 tick or 2. Keep dropping them out of habit. Hey, what's our current alchemy route right now? I'm gonna double check something. So we gotta consolidate everything we have into this. Passive from there to there at 229. So I mostly just need to get to 229 ideally tomorrow. Which is probably gonna be our main goal. 229 alchemy tomorrow. Doesn't mean I'm immediately gonna be doing that passive, but I do want to have access to it. As it reopens up alchemy again. I've still been dropping the logs, haven't I? I keep doing it out of just pure habit. It's not too big a deal, though. Hey, the second person we've seen doing the AFK lately. Doing that at a really low level range compared to the other one, though. Might be an alt account. Yeah, that reminds me, my two alt accounts still don't have a keep yet. One of them can't really afford it, though. They're in, like, perpetually negative cash. The one that's trying to train stonemason. The Bonerite one is loaded. I think it has, like, 1.5 gold. Definitely is a gold. But that one doing stonemason, though. Yeah, it's about to hit 0 again. The only reason it doesn't have 0 right now is, it sold every 3-star piece of equipment it had banked prior to the patch. Or, you know, after the patch, from prior to the patch. Which sold for a decent penny to make its money back. So I'm very curious what the log, not the log, the leak number is going to be by the end of this. It should be a little over 6 or 7,000. Probably close to 6. Should probably keep track of how many we're getting per hour. I actually have not the slightest clue. Let's see, can we figure it out based on how many logs we're doing? We might be able to. If the log stack is going to 12 and we're getting 4 at a time, that means we're doing about 3 inventories every 10 minutes. 3 inventories every 10 minutes is 24 piece. Up to, so 3 every what? 3 every 10. So 18. So 18 times 24. 432. Alright, so a little bit less than that then. Oh, not less than that number, but I mean, like if we go and calculate out that number across what we had before, times that by 7-ish. Yeah, we have about 4,000 banked by the end of it. Roughly 4,000. Oh, where am I going? I keep doing that every few inventories. Just running all the way to the bank when we don't have a full inventory. One funny thing we could be doing with our stack, though, whenever it does get to like a 12-ish stack, we could pick them all up and bank them if we really want to. Not going to, but we could. Like right now when we have a 12 stack. Like finish doing all the leaks in this room, grab the entire 12, go bank and come back. If you drop the potion, that's exact inventory. Even though this is plus 11, there's 12 in the stack. So what you do is drop this potion, pick up all of them, and then go. Like so. I don't know, maybe we'll throw it in occasionally. It's a little bit worse XP, but we do get some U logs for it. Because I'm actually pretty low on poles, so we'll go for a little bit more than what we had. I don't want to get too many, though. The other problem with that is that's 12, and I can only do 11 at a time in the current state of game because potions are not wieldable. But the amount that we're banking is assuming that they are wieldable. Alright, there is one problem with this, though. I was expecting these to be respawned by now. Maybe I'll take the 2 yew trees and see where it's at. Yeah, I don't think that's worth doing, but... you could. I don't think we are, though. Yeah, you could do the 2 trees, then come back, and then do the leeks again. And then you're right back on cycle. I don't think we're gonna do that, but it is an option. Especially if you had a higher tier tree. Keep dropping them until you have a 12 stack, then go bank them after doing 12 leeks. 1 full set of 8 and then 1 set of 4 from this room. Then take the 12 and go bank. It'd be relevant if you really wanted your U log at a given level range. At our current level range, we don't care about it too much, though. If it was tier 5 or 6, we would, but tier 4 we don't care about as much, which is what these are. But something I would definitely consider when we come back here for the 320 leaks at some point, months from now. Because assuming we have a 310 woodcutting tree by then, it probably is worth banking the tier 5 U's that we get. And just wait till they stack up to 12 before we take them out. Alright, we're officially at the slightly less than 150 log mark. Alright, where's the pole at right now? Wow, the pole is basically becoming more even. It's the same thing as before, but even more evenized. After 26 votes, has the combat merge in Brighter Shores impacted how much you currently do combat? 31% say yes and no, in that they're doing it more or less. And 38% are at the same amount. So it's the same thing as the poll before, except even more evenly distributed. Because before it was like 29%, 29%, 41% or whatever it was. Now it's the same thing, but 31, 31. After that level, we're only 6 levels away after our next double boost, pretty much. I'd say it's our highest gathering skill, but I keep forgetting Miner is, like, absurdly high. We can't do Miner again until level 262, though. And ideally, I want to get it all the way there off of just the Venture. Not required to do it that way. Maybe we'll do some manual mining to finish it out, but, The problem with going any higher is if I go a little higher, I want to go all the way higher. And by all the way higher, I mean... It's one of the other reasons I kind of want to get the fishing thing set up as well. Is eventually, as soon as we go back to mining, this venture will no longer be worth it. Which means if I want to keep doing the mining venture, we need 380 mining. There's one problem with going back into mining. Like when I said we need to get 400 all, we basically immediately need to get 400 mining. Not exactly 400, 380 actually. But that's why I've been putting off the mining grind. I kind of want to finish every other grind beforehand in the next few weeks. Because once we start that mining grind, we cannot end it until we get to 380. Like, yeah, we could do a few things in between here and there. But we basically have to go all the way from 262 to 380 if we want to keep doing the mining venture. Obviously, we could just have a fishing venture by then and just keep doing that or something. But if the intention is to keep doing the mining venture, once we start doing mining again, we got to go all the way to 380. Otherwise, we can't really do the mining venture again until then. But hey, we got a good pickaxe for it, though. We're ready to go. We got a 32% pickaxe ready to go. And at some point, it'll become a 37% pickaxe during that grind. Near the end of it. Because I think at 246 we get upgrade. I mean 346, not 246. Otherwise, we'd have it already. Which means for the final 34 levels, we do get a little bit of a boost. Not much, though. Honestly, the main boost that we would actually get during that time is more so from the activity we have at the time. That being iron ore. Because iron ore is really good XP. Most because how close it is to a bank. Due to how you can bank it, I believe it's actually the closest thing in the entire game to a bank when it comes to the stones. Or when it comes to the ore. Well, definitely for ore. But I think even in general it might be the closest. If you do the weird drop method we keep doing for it. Though the weird drop method we keep doing for it... oh no, it would still matter. Because you get them in intervals of 10, so yeah, it would still matter even after the change. Because the whole reason you have to do it is because 20 is not divisible into 24. Or more so, 10 is not divisible into 24. So you gotta keep doing it until it is, which is 120. Which means you have to do a really weird juggling method for it. But it saves a good, like, 2 minutes per hour. Definitely it's a minute per hour. Also, hey, if we ever do go for that 380 mining grind, we could technically cover the mining guide we wanted to do a while back. As we'll finally have the 317 for minecart. As well as pretty much everything but the 500 mining keep by that point. Come on, 216. We're almost there. So close. It's so far. Oh, don't we get the AFK activity at that thing? We do. I'm not gonna test it now, though. Gotta wait till we have the rake later. Yeah, there it is, 216. AFK activity unlocked. Oh, we're on a level up screen, so we're still in a delayed level up thingy. Hopefully we get it to pop up when we go to the other room. We should. There should be enough downtime that it pops up here. There we go. Wanna wait till we get to 221 so we can test it with Rake, though. Not today. We're definitely not gonna have that today. We'll be closer to 221 than we are now, but we're definitely not going to get it today. We could if that's all I do literally from now until midnight. I'm definitely not doing that. Hey, how's our log hourglass going? 120-ish. That's not too bad. 120-ish more logs until 208 woodcutter. Then we can start doing woodcutting for real again. At which point I would probably stop gathering leeks. And just get it the rest of the way by throwing knowledge on it. Because whatever leeks I have by then should pretty much be enough. Maybe just like slightly more of them. Oh no, I'd need to do some cooking math later to figure it out. But I feel like having 5-ish thousand banked is probably enough. Let me double check. What level do you stop using leeks again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 259 chef. It's not quick. But you also have to keep in mind we're doing a lot of soup around that time. Which skips a lot of these levels right here. So I still find it funny, even though there's supposed to be saw blades in the 500 construction cape, or carpenter, I mean. They always look like holes to me. Like just holes in the cape. Let's see where to go so we can look at it again. Whatever they're supposed to look like saw blades there, they definitely just look like 4 gigantic holes to me. Like, it is a saw blade design, but it's so subtle from a distance. Like, when you're looking up close at it, you can definitely see it. But even from this distance, you can still see it. It's more like a hole than a saw. That's something I didn't pay much attention to. Our ranks before we started doing this woodcutting carpenter grind. I mean, woodcutting gatherer. I'm actually surprised our gatherer is so high. When you compare it to something like forager. Like, they're almost at the same level, but forager's like 3 times higher. Like, yes, our gatherer level is 10 times better right now, but still. Even when it didn't have those 10 levels, I'm pretty sure we're still a similar disparity. Like, we're ranked like 90-ish gatherer. Yet the same level forager was like ranked 250-ish. I'm not sure why people want to do forager more. Because they're both available to free-to-play, so that's not a thing. But people seem to really like forager more than gatherer. I like the diversity and gameplay loop for forager better. But as far as the actual byproduct of the skill, and if you're multi-skilling it with woodcutting, gather is pretty good. Even better than forager. It's just forager's better to do if you want to only do forager. Like the gameplay loop of forager into forager is really good compared to doing just gatherer only. Because what makes gatherer good is gatherer plus woodcutting. Gather on its own is really bad. Whereas you can easily just do forager only and be fine. Let's see, the log clock says 125 more logs. Did I say that earlier, though? How can it still be 125? That's what the math comes out to. Oh, did I accidentally count it like that when it was at 600,000? I think that's the problem that happened. Oh yeah, we can unlock the passive now. Yeah, I guess I'll start putting into it, why not? We were just talking about that coin passive, I forgot we can start unlocking it. Should I put away the potion then? Because I'll just do a chef run when we need to go do that then. Okay, I'm gonna bank it with my next inventory then. We'll get one less leak, but it's fine. Actually, you know what we could do? Give me the logs now. Give me every log. Gonna bank it now. Because for the next 3 level ups, which is almost the next hour, we don't need to bother with it. And then when we do, we could just do a cooking contract real quick or something. And just re-grab it from the storage. Just so we don't have to deal with juggling it for about an hour. Yeah, that's another thing too that I almost forgot about when it comes to like movement on leaderboard. I wonder how many people all the way at the top are bothering to dump all their knowledge into every single skill. Like, you know, to unlock the passive for everything. Even things they probably don't plan on using. Because for completionist sake, I want to keep doing it. It's definitely a bit slower for some things. Because every X levels, when you train a skill, you're going to have to dump 4 points in absolutely nothing. I know, I still like unlocking them. We kind of started doing it, so I kind of want to keep doing it now. Also, we get to look at the scary number of how many 7% pots we have left after we go do the cooking thing. Because that number is grim. I think it's like 70 or 60 left or something. It'll be the first of our 7% potions to reach 0. Oddly enough, even before the 44 7% Chronopolises, oddly enough. You would think that would have reached 0 first, but no. It was like the 307% for Hope Forest, because we kept putting into carpentry. And everything. But mostly carpentry. So what has this Hester person been doing? They've been like randomly standing in a bunch of rooms. I'm so confused. Like, even if it's a broken bot, I'm even more confused. Because it's like moving, but barely moving. Like, normally a broken bot would be moving a lot. But they keep just moving to a random spot in a room and standing there for like several minutes on end. Like, normally if a bot was to break, it would still keep moving constantly. Oh, we're almost officially at the 100 log mark. So close yet so far. I said around the 100 log mark, we might just just go all the way at the end and just power grind it. Tempting. I would still have to come back here to go do more later, though. It's the main thing that kind of makes me want to grind it here. Because regardless if I do it now or later, we still have to do it. There's a little bit more value doing it now while our woodcutting XP is worse, rather than doing it when our woodcutting XP is better. Because then these yew trees are way worse later than they are now. Because the second we have 208, our woodcutting XP skyrockets compared to where it's at right now. So you'd rather do that while you're still not at 208 rather than when you're already there. I think it's about 20-30% better than the current method we have. And that's accounting for bank time as well. And it's good at carpentry XP. Also, it still feels so weird not having a potion on this. But it's gonna feel good once equipable potion are actually in the game. Only reason they're not right now is because we're dumping into a passive activity. Hey, what's our bounties like right now? Barely any. Actually, one of them's just a Melv. The only reason I took that is it's so close. It's only one item and it's like right there. Takes like no time to do. Like that one right there is almost the equivalence of having like a bounty where you turn in at like if you had a merchant bounty that turned in and was bought at the merchant tower. Is pretty much how close that thing is to being able to be turned in. Alright, 2 down, 2 to go. And by the time we double bar again, we'll go and get our potion then. Which means I need 4 more knowledge points before we need to do that. It's a good solid hour before we need to. So when I said it would be about an hour, it's actually longer than that. There's almost like an hour and a half where we don't need to keep a potion on us, which is so nice. It's like we're beta testing the equipable potion patch. Imagine a world where you don't have like 1 to 3 inventory spaces being held by an item constantly. Nor having to juggle it on the ground. I really hope that first update is that. I want it so badly. Also, Hester is still here. I'm so confused. They've been here like all day. Standing in random spots. And standing in a different random spot. Oh, speaking of all day, that one 200 Mines of Matubin keep left. He's gone! He left us. Which I think Miles ES has been the only person who's been here the whole time we have. Also because we were at the exact same grind right now. I'm getting a lot better at remembering to hold them. Save those 2 ticks every time. Oh, so are we at officially the under 100 log? We are! Counting that extra XP we get. We did say at about 100 we'd probably start powering through on the other method. Honestly, I'm really considering it right now. The only problem with the other method is you kind of need fear for it. It's not required, but it's definitely helpful. We're gonna do it for the final push. I just realized I'm gonna have a spare inventory space even if I do go fear. Because I don't need an XP pot for this. Honestly, I might just bring nothing. And just check our bounties real quick. And just bank these at the chef thingy. Oh, so why is there no one processing anything and everyone just walking out the door? What happened? I just saw like a billion people walk out. I've never seen that before. Oh, is someone having a maxing party or something? I think someone just maxed. Because I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like almost like 15 people walking out. In such a way. Alright, you know what? We'll take these as well. They're not that bad. Alright, let me go take out that one really small one just so we can clear it out though. I want to do the one for Melv real quick, which is literally just one single mana ray. Nice, Tyrion! Huge congrats on Pokemon Go. That's a lot of shinies. I still never got my egg one from, what's it called? From Scarlet and Violet. I only ever got that one really meta cat, the Meowscarada thing. And we did use it a lot during the time that was available. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna teleport. I'm not even gonna bring any potion. I'll try a little bit of a different route for it and see how it goes. What this different route is, I have no clue. Because normally I have to... Oh, wow, he's still here. Alright, so to explain this, when we were doing some of our woodcutting earlier, off stream, like the last few days, just kind of getting it up here and there. Same as when we were getting our gather ready. Old School has been here this entire time doing clover. Which is the next clover that we would be doing. And he's still here. How? Like, how long does clover take? You don't have to do it for that many levels, do you? Was he a Cryo Knight? I don't even think it was. Is this like maybe he's grabbing extra for later or something? But I feel like he should have been done by now. Like at absolute most, you only have to do from 224 to 248. Oh! If he's banking them for trading later, it is your best XP all the way to 280. If you want to bank something and still get XP from it. Like if you're doing a ratio for that. It's your best option all the way to 280. I think that might be what he's doing. He's playing the long game for trading. Because that item has the best ratio of sell price to XP per hour ratio. At least until you get to Bone Spike. But we're just gonna do this until we get our woodcutting level and then probably grab dinner then. Burning out a bit on the leeks. We will be back for them though. But I do want to set out to finish our goal, which was to get one woodcutting level to stream. So what better way than to actually directly train woodcutting? Still getting some gather along the way. These still aren't bad. They're like 3k each. Or we're getting from a leak like 4 point something. 3k is not too bad. Especially for something we drop into and we need to bring to a bank. Wait, where'd my tree go? Oh yeah, I forgot. This is final cycle. Normally we just do these 3 trees and then do those 3. But we're doing it a little bit weirder this time because of our inventory state. I don't know, we'll see how it works. This is how it works when you have equipable potions, so I might as well test drive it, I guess. Because I'm used to having 2 slots locked up due to potion. But I'm not using a fear potion, I'm not using the XP potion, so... Let's see what it comes out to be. This is one of many, many, many methods that it gets an improvement. Alright, so it looks like I can grab all 4 of them and still be able to drop them. You can even wait to the next tree before you drop them. Oh wow, this actually works out perfectly for a cycle then. And then you grab triple tree here, bank everything. Okay, wow, this works really good when you don't need to deal with potions in your inventory. Amazing. Oh yeah, Tyrion, by the way, are you still here? Are we still doing the thingy tonight? With Isabella? Let me know if so. Not sure if you're still here. I'll poke you on Discord later regardless. Because after stream, I'm grabbing dinner, and then I'm pretty much free for tonight. Still be grinding this in the background, though, but... be doing something more AFK. Like carpentering all these logs! No, probably training chef. That or alchemy. Want to really start clearing out some of those banks. Well, the log bank was already cleared, but I kind of want to re-clear it since we already cleared it this morning. Oh no, he moved in my direction. Got a little unlucky on his movement. Well, woodcutting XP sure goes quicker when all you're doing is woodcutting. Compared to doing like 90% gather or 10% woodcutting. Now it's almost like the other way around. Oddly enough, the ratio of this room is about 4 to 1. As far as woodcutting to gather. Whereas when we were doing leeks, it was 8 to 2. So it's still the same ratio, right? No. Wait, 4 to 1, because wait, how many are we getting per? Well, if you count that, 3, but you're not doing that every cycle, though, is the thing. Because you're always grabbing 4 every cycle and 6 every cycle, but the 3 is only on some cycles. Which makes the math on it really weird. Because you had things purely consistent. Where we're getting 4 logs for every 24 leek. Whereas this, we're getting 8 fruit for every... well, I guess 24. Okay. So yeah, it's 8 into 24 compared to the other thing being 4 into 24. So we're technically doing twice as much gather here as a ratio compared to the other activity. Also, remember earlier when I was saying there's one here that if you AFK it, wastes a tile if you manual click it, or if you don't manual click it. It's this bush right here is the culprit of that. You gotta manual click down here, you waste double tile. Actually, no, you only waste 1 tile because you have to go to that tile regardless. So you waste 1 tile every time you don't manual click it. AK, not really worth manual clicking over AFKing harder. Also, one thing I did on Steam Deck too, so I don't do a misclick like that, which I keep doing sometimes right now. I keep turning walk here off when I was doing on Steam Deck. And just using the mini-map to move. So I couldn't ever misclick a walk. Because some of these things' hitboxes are really weird. You would think like this entire thing is a hitbox, but on some of them it isn't. The hitboxes are a little strange. If you don't hit like right on that pole. How many more inventories is that? If we're getting, what? 10, 100, it's 2.5. No, actually just 2. 2 more inventories after this one. And then we gotta do 1 set of hickory. If we're going to spend this whole stream getting to 208 woodcutting, we gotta do 1 set of 208 woodcutting. It's not worth doing it with the tingle fruit though. It's too low of a level. I will once we get to 264, but it's one of the reasons why we need to get gather that high before we really go super heavy back into woodcutting. Like, it's not required, but it'd be very beneficial too. The struggle of not using a fear potion. I'm not sure why some people got the partial combat capes. Some people are wearing like the non-full color ones. Like, instead of wearing like full bronze or full silver or full gold, some people are wearing like the partial level. Honestly, I'm not even sure what they added them. Like, it's just to have increments the entire time. Like, some people are doing it now just because, you know, they're kind of new and everything. But I feel like down the line, no one is ever going to be using anything but the full capes. Like the full bronze one, the full silver one, the full gold one, the full platinum one, the full other design one. Though honestly, I feel that way about like any of the non-chapter keeps at this point as well. I actually really like the design of one. Like the mining one's pretty cool. Like, I could see myself maybe for some amount of time shifting into 500 mining cape. But some of those in-between ones just don't seem worth it. Like, any of the 100 keeps at this point. We did for like our very first one, but anything beyond that just doesn't seem worth it. But who knows? Maybe once they add keep perks, we'll know for sure. They did mention they will likely add perks to all keeps in the future. I'm curious how chapter keeps will work in that regard. Are you just going to have the effect of every keep? Because then those other keeps really don't matter. Or maybe they'll have some kind of unique chapter effect. Different from all the individual effects on each one of the capes. Though I do hope... I kind of hope they go to direction where once you get to a level range, you just automatically get the effect of it. So you don't have to keep changing it over and over and over again. Like, literally every keep effect always active that you have currently unlocked. Obviously, you would have to make them so they're not, like, absurdly strong. So that something like that wouldn't be broken beyond belief. But just so you don't have to keep changing out the effect over and over and over and over again. Because basically anytime you shift between chapters, you would have to change it. So every time you want to go do cooking bounties, or really anything, you just have to keep changing and changing and changing it. Unless you're just camping one activity for multiple hours on end. Inventory after this one, we should hit our woodcutting level. Then we'll go to our hickory. Only one inventory of hickory. I do want to do a lot more later, though. Actually, a lot of first-time bonuses I can get done with it, too. That I was putting off just out of the sake of not wasting money. Like the flanged mace, for example, under smithing. It was not a pre-200, so I didn't feel like I need to get it done, but it is something we'll go craft now that we can for free. Now that we can finally make the hickory pole in one more level. I was pretty sure that wasted tile compared to manual clicking at the top of that, but oh well. We're not here for that long. One more inventory, we're done. And then to the hickory. Oh, that's really good. I hope that one stays by that door. Because if he aggroes me again, we'll be able to go by without having any issue. Come on, aggro us. You know you want to. Come on. Nice, we got it. Yeah, we'll teleport over the second we end up getting the XP drop. Regardless where we are in the tree cycle. Yep, 2 more logs. Time to teleport. Well, already? Honestly, at that point, I'm gonna just drop the pines. Alright, we're out of here. Alright, let's go do some hickory. Guess we'll just go straight to them. I'm expecting to have a lot more crowded inventory, but that's fine. Alright, there we go. We finally unlocked our log. It only took like 6 hours of doing gather to go get the woodcutting level. But here they are, in all their glory. How much XP drop is this? It should be about 6k, I think. Yeah, 5.5. So about 500 more each than the log. Unfortunately, there's no multi-scaling we could do here. There are 2, but they're both unlocked at a higher level range. One at 264, which we don't have in the next room, and this one at like 316. Which of course we also don't have. One is used for nothing, and this one is used for plus 80 yellow pushing, I believe. Unfortunately, they're not worth going for with how low of a level they are. It's one of the whole reasons why before I go and power farm these, I want to go and get 264 Forager. So that these Tangle Fruits will actually be good XP. And if we can do kind of similar to what we were doing before, where we grab every 0-tile Tangle Fruit and drop them on the ground while doing this. And we do that all the way to 280 Gatherer. But we have access to them now, so if we ever need these poles for anything, we're good to go. We already have the 216 Carpenter for it. Actually, I might as well go Carpenterize them as well. We'll go do that. Just so we have everything for the first time bonus in case we need a few later. I don't plan to do these too much in the future though. The highest I would go prior to 264 Gather is like 210. And just to make sure we don't run out in case we need some in a pinch out of nowhere. But we shouldn't need them anytime soon, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. I just need 3 more. Alright, all good, Tyrion. Yeah, I'll let you know. Because I'm probably calling in a few minutes here. Just want to do one last little carpentry run with these and then grab dinner. But tomorrow's goal, honestly, I might just do alchemy the whole time. I kind of want to clear out my alchemy bank. Not sure if we'll be able to finish it tomorrow, but I think this could be our main goal tomorrow. Alchemy, alchemy, and alchemy. Yeah, all good, Tyrion. Yeah, just let me know if you ever know a time. Because after I grab dinner, I'll be ready like anytime tonight. Yeah, let's go do one set of hickory. I guess I'm doing a set of 12 because I don't have any XP pot on me. Normally I would want to use them, but the amount of time it would take to go get one is worse than the amount of XP of just going there now. So I was gonna go there now. If only they were equipable. Soon. Hey, Yusef is here. He's been doing a lot of carpentry lately. Feels weird not using a potion here, but here we are. Amber is also here. The room's pretty crowded. Why is this room so crowded? There's 20 people here for some reason. I feel like it's never this crowded. You didn't know what to use for Skeledirge? What did it come out as? Fire type, probably? So it's Fire Ghost acting as a fire type. Oh no, any kind of water type should be fine. Someone sets up Mirror Shield. Go from there. First time bonus coming in. Slowly but surely we will get to 224. Which is where you could do the next AFK activity. Wow, the AFK activity falls off so quick though. 7 levels? No, I'm looking at it wrong. Still, 9 levels? It's not ideal for how few you get post 200. Get like 6 opportunities and the first one's only like 9. There we go, our lovely hickory poles. About time. These things cost so much each. That's why I didn't bother doing the first time bonus of them. If you wanted to buy these things, they're like, I want to say 12 each, 13 each. I could check. The shop's right next to us. I'm not going to sell them, I want to bank them. But I do want to double check. How much is a hickory pole that I didn't bother buying earlier? Because it was so expensive. Like, if you really, really had to, it's not, like, game-breaking, because you generally only need, I think, 1 for all the objects. But I'm pretty sure it's, like, 13 silver each or something. For every single one of these if you wanted to go buy them. Like, they are not cheap. Yeah, 12.7. Pretty much 13. 300 copper short of 13. 0.3 away. And we bank them. Oh, I could have just teleported to our AFK activity. Oh well, I'm already in too deep. You know where we're going. Back to the mines. Still try to do stonemason. It's where we start the stream. It's where we're going to end the stream. But anyways, guys, any other questions? Any other things? Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow around same time as per usual, around noon Eastern Standard Time. Main game plan for tomorrow is probably a lot of alchemy. Probably try to finish out the alchemy bank is one of the only few we haven't really cleared out. And that'll be the main game plan then for tomorrow. And off stream today, not sure what our off stream goal is right now. Honestly, it might be just starting on alchemy. Making sure everything's banked for tomorrow. Getting rid of some of our stacks so maybe we can actually finish all the stacks tomorrow and go from there. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.